Chapter 608. At the top of Shangjing City, a team of Qi Watchers recruited by the Southern Long March was observing the flow of fate energy in the sky. All the elites of the royal family had been dispatched and were under the command of the Southern Chief. All the elites, including the military, were now under the command of the Southern Chief. All the established families in Shangjing were trembling with fear. The butcher's knife was hanging high in the sky. Who knew which family it would fall on? No one could say for sure, but everyone knew what was going to happen. This time, Chief Nin had raised his butcher's knife high up in the air and would not easily withdraw it. This time, there would definitely be a few aristocratic families that would suffer. That was for sure. The Nine Heavens Pavilion and the Nine Heavens Pavilion were also mobilizing their manpower for this operation. In the sky above the battlefield of the Sun Moon Pass, General Dongfang stood high in the sky and observed the situation on both sides. Obviously, the huge turmoil in the Astral Souls continent this time had affected the balance of fate energy between the Astral Souls continent and the Umno Alliance continent. But at this moment, the Starlight Mountain Range was still in an uproar. The people here had no idea that many places had fallen into an unprecedented turmoil because of what had happened here. It was a complete mess. The forces behind many of them had already been wiped out in one fell swoop. But they were still oblivious. They were still eyeing Xiaoduo covetously, ready to kill him in exchange for the reward. They were looking forward to their bright future and writing a legend. The two Beast Kings were fighting fiercely in the sky. The fight was getting more and more intense. But both the Snake King and the Centipede Queen had separated a wisp of their spiritual power and connected it to the Dragon Soul Ginseng in the Centipede Valley. The strange disappearance of the Snake's Soul Fruit and the Sky Tiger Moonlight Ointment made the two Beast Kings more vigilant. They did not want the same thing to happen a third time. Fighting is one thing, but if the Dragon Soul Ginseng is gone, what are we fighting for? Why are we fighting? Although Xiaoduo was getting closer and closer to the mountain wall, he did not dare to go over and collect the Dragon Soul Ginseng. This was because he could clearly sense that there was a dense amount of spiritual energy on the left side of the mountain. Both the Centipede King and the Snake King had set up a spiritual seal. Their spiritual power was enough to form a natural barrier that Xiaoduo could not break through. Under such circumstances, the Void Transformation Stone would be of no use and would not be able to do anything. Xiaoduo thought for a while and started digging again. Opportunities only came to those who were prepared. The main reason why he was able to reap so many benefits was because he always planned before taking action. He always laid out the arrangements first, and then it was his luck that made it happen. With two shovels of the big shovel, a big hole appeared in front of his eyes. Xiaoduo crawled in like a mouse. Once it reached a certain depth, it switched to using the Flaming Sun scripture to burn it all the way forward. However, this also caused some abnormalities. On the ground, the fog, poisonous gas, and marsh gas seemed to be getting thicker and thicker. With such great benefits in front of him, Xiaoduo was unusually diligent. First, he crazily dug down for thousands of feet. Then he started burning his way forward. With Xiao Long leading the way, he was walking in a straight line from the Dragon Soul Ginseng. There was no possibility of mistakes. You must fight for a while longer. You must fight for a while longer. It would be best if both of you are injured so that I can hold a hot pan in my cold hands. Xiaoduo prayed in his heart. His actions became faster and faster. Quick, quick, quick! The battle between the two kings was still escalating. The range of the battle was also getting bigger and bigger. As for the three people who had been secretly observing the situation and protecting Xiaoduo, their brows were tightly knitted together. They could clearly feel that the void where the Snake King and the Centipede King were fighting was shaking faintly. It was a kind of rejection from the void. More importantly, it was man-made. In such a situation, such a sign that the three of them looked dignified and were ready for battle. Just as they were about to report, a shadow flashed in the sky. Two more shadows fell from the sky. They were the two people who were sent by Yudantian. Why are the two of you here? The three of them were surprised. The Heavenly King sent us, Sai, to protect that little guy. The two of them were speechless. Now that we have found that little guy, there is an unexpected change. You came at the right time to deal with it. What change? How is it an accident? You will know if you sense it carefully. The area where the Snake King and the Centipede King are fighting, that void. After half an hour, the two people who had just arrived looked at each other. They saw the seriousness in each other's eyes. Are you sure? There is indeed such a sign. Although it is not very obvious, it is probably because the strength of these two monster kings is still too weak. They do not have the ability to trigger a bigger effect. Thinking about it carefully, this place is really strange. Why are there three monster kings gathered here? Moreover, there is a heaven and earth treasure of the same attribute near each monster king. Moreover, these heaven and earth treasures are all formed from the bones of ancient monsters. It is not normal for them to be gathered here. It is just that no one has thought about this problem before. What do you mean? I suspect that there might be a relic space in that location. The other four people, no, including the person who had voiced his suspicions, were all shocked and fell silent at the same time. If it was really a relic space, then the aftermath of this matter would be too big. These four words could almost be related to the survival of the continent. Let's test it out. Who will go? I will go. Be careful. Remember to do it discreetly. I know. How can I not know this? If it is true this time, something big is going to happen. The Snake King and the Centipede Queen fought fiercely. However, at this point, the two of them did not feel like fighting anymore. The two Monster Kings could feel that when compared to the other party, they were not as strong as they had imagined. If they really wanted to kill the other party, the best result would be that they would lose half of their lives. The more likely result would be that both of them would be injured or even die together. To be able to cultivate all the way to the Monster King level, their intelligence was naturally not low. At their level, it was impossible for the fishermen to benefit from the fight between the snipe and the clam. The Centipede Queen was even thinking, there are 3 stalks in total. I want 2. Giving me 1 stalk is not impossible. The Snake King was also thinking, there are 3 stalks in total. Even if it only gives me 1 stalk, it is still acceptable. Just as the 2 Demon Kings were thinking, why don't we have a talk? A voice rang out. Suddenly, a figure rose from the ground. In just a flash, he was already in between the 2 Monster Kings. The speed of this movement technique was unimaginably fast. His strength was also far above all the bounty hunters so far. He was even stronger than Enchanting and the other hidden dragon martial experts. The masked man suddenly attacked. Under the shocked and angry gazes of the 2 Monster Kings, he threw a punch. This punch was wrapped in the sound of wind and thunder as it landed on the Centipede Queen's belly. The Centipede Queen's huge body was actually curled up by this punch. It opened its ferocious mouth and spat out a mouthful of acidic water. Then it spat out blood like a waterfall. Its huge body was twisted and turned in the air. It was involuntarily knocked backward. The Snake King was shocked. For a moment, he was scared witless. This 2-legged beast was so powerful and sharp. The 2 Monster Kings had been fighting for a long time. Not only were they heavily injured, their combat power was also weakened. Even the poisonous liquid and fog were almost exhausted. The opponent's attack was so vicious that it was beyond its limit. How could it dare to fight? It turned and ran. However, in a flash, this person was already in front of the Snake King. He still threw an ordinary punch. With a boom, the Snake King's huge body followed in the footsteps of the Centipede Queen. It flew out and crashed into the Centipede Queen's body. The 2 Monster Kings screamed as they flew backwards. Their long bodies were almost twisted and tangled together. Boomed out in the void. The 2 Monster Kings seemed to have crashed into something. There was a slight ripple in the void. Then, the 2 huge bodies bounced back. The masked man's eyes lit up. As expected. Then, there was another whistling sound. Thousands of shadows appeared and covered the void. They surrounded the Snake King and the Centipede Queen in the air and attacked violently. To outsiders, it seemed that this person was using extreme speed to attack and kill the 2 Monster Kings in one move. Da boom boom. The 2 Monster Kings were stunned on the spot. They only felt that their bodies were constantly disjointed. Their vitality was also crazily disappearing, dust swoosh, 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 but they were completely unable to resist and were beaten into the dust. The masked man's body also disappeared in the air. It seemed that he had chased them all the way down. This scene caused everyone in the Starlight Mountain Range to jump in fright, whether it was the bounty hunters or the people from the Hidden Dragon High School. Who was this? How could he be so fierce? For a moment, everyone was shocked. At this time, Zwishaduo suddenly felt that the spiritual restriction of the Snake King and the Centipede Queen had disappeared. He was still a little confused. Halfway through, he came up to feel for a while and found that the restriction had really disappeared. Damn. He had wasted half a day in the tunnel. However, the opportunity was right in front of him. How could he not take advantage of it? He quickly rushed to the cliff. However, just as Zwishaduo was about to rush over, a huge body fell from the sky and landed heavily on the ground. Zwishaduo jumped in fright and hurriedly turned around to look. Just a few dozen meters behind him, the Centipede King was fiercely smashed onto the ground. Its entire body was covered in wounds, and its smelly blood was like a fountain that sprayed straight into the sky. Its whole body was twitching. The huge centipede head was almost in front of Zwishaduo. Zwishaduo was so scared that all the hair on his body stood on end. Damn, is this a trap? He subconsciously wanted to run. But then, there was another boom. The Snake King's body also fell and landed heavily on the Centipede Queen. This crash actually broke the Centipede Queen's body into two from the middle. Flesh, blood, and bones were blurry and mixed into a pile. Faced with such a shocking change, Zwishaduo was stunned. Chapter 609. Zwishaduo was shocked. Did Uncle Nan do it again? Otherwise, how could he create such a shocking effect? Taking a closer look, he saw that the Snake King, which was still intact, was now twitching all over. Inside its huge head, its huge body was spurting out a huge amount of blood like the Centipede Queen. Many parts of its body were dented and protruded. It was obvious that it had been disjointed. It's so tragic. It doesn't seem like Uncle Nan did it. A crazy idea came to Zwishaduo's mind. Could it be that both sides have suffered great losses? If that was the case, it would be a windfall from the sky. Moreover, from the looks of it, not only did both sides suffer great losses, but they were also defeated and killed. In an instant, two huge pies fell from the sky and landed in front of Zwishaduo. Zwishaduo was almost knocked out by the two mountains of gold. Looking at the motionless Snake King and the Centipede Queen, Zwishaduo didn't hesitate to throw over a long sword that he picked up as a spoil of war. Whoosh! The sharp sword went straight into the Snake King's head without any resistance. The Snake King's body was still twitching as before, but there was no other reaction at all. Zwishaduo was overjoyed. He looked around carefully, but there was no one. He looked at the sky, but there was no one there either. God's will. This is God's will. Zwishaduo directly pulled out two large hammers valiantly and spiritedly. He roared and rushed forward. Zwishaduo will kill two monster kings today. Wah! Yes, Zwishaduo really rushed forward. Before his opponent was completely dead, he stabbed the dragon blood flying dagger into the Snake King's belly. It had to be said that this time was completely different from the previous time, when he extracted and absorbed the blood essence. The dragon blood flying dagger turned red at a speed visible to the naked eye. Zwishaduo had already circled around. The sudden appearance of the 9-9 kitty hammer was like a storm, smashing on one of the Snake King's heads, and the Centipede Queen's 9 heads, bang, 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 bang. Thousands of strikes landed on the motionless heads of the two Demon Kings, smashing all 10 heads into smithereens. What peerless Demon King! Didn't I beat him to death? Zwishaduo put his hands on his hips, looking insufferably arrogant. The two demon monarchs are full of treasures. However, this is not a good time to deal with it. Zwishaduo thought for a moment and checked a few more times to make sure that the two Demon Kings were completely dead. With a wave of his hand, he sent the two Demon Kings into the Tower of Annihilation. It still needed to be processed, and could not be placed directly into the spatial ring. If it was placed into the spatial ring, he would not be able to enter it. When he wanted to process it, he would have to take it out and put it into the void-destroying pagoda. It was better to just use the void-destroying pagoda and save himself the trouble. Then, he brazenly smashed the mountain wall with his hammer. Following the direction that Xiao Long had pointed out, they pushed all the way in. The invisible man in the air was speechless. Can you be any more shameless? These two demon monarchs were clearly killed by me. You just smashed the corpses a few times, and you actually thought that you killed them, and then walked away so confidently. If the demon monarchs had not fallen and their chi had not dissipated, do you think that with your little cultivation, you could smash the Snake King's head? Also, you smashed the corpses of the two demon monarchs and still did it in such a majestic and arrogant manner. Putting your hands on your hips and acting like something, you're really awesome. Does your father know that you're so awesome? This person was depressed. He originally wanted to take the two demon monarchs and conveniently take them away. After all, it was still a profit. However, he did not expect that this kid would be so proficient in picking up the corpses. He was so familiar with the process and was so nimble. He had to deal with the traces in the air and try his best not to let others discover that there was a spatial relic here. And this brat took advantage of this gap, brazenly stood out and smashed the heads of the two damned demon kings a few times with his hammer. Then he took them away. Took them away. Tell me, where are you going to reason with this? Forget it. Anyway, I'm here to protect you. I won't lower myself to the level of a kid like you. Then he saw this kid smash the mountain wall with a hammer. Then he was like a large pangolin, digging down without any obstruction. He dug down 300 to 400 meters. And then, as if he had reached a special location, he took out a huge shovel and continued digging. However, the flickering light made that person swallow his saliva uncontrollably. What the fuck? He actually used so much heavenly witchcraft copper to make a shovel. Who is this kid? How could he be so rich? You already have so much heavenly witchcraft copper. Do you still lack the two demon monarchs? Do you know which one is more important? Then he saw this kid shovel hundreds of cubic meters of stuff into his spatial ring. That spatial ring seems to be very big. Although this person was experienced and knowledgeable, he did not think about the Tower of Annihilation. Although he was confident that the soil that Zhuo dug up contained the spiritual herbs that the Centipede Queen had been guarding for so many years. However, there was something that he could not understand. That wasn't this kid a little too accurate? Then he saw Zhuo disguise himself and sneak out of the Centipede Valley, that although he was watching with his own eyes, his divine sense did not detect him at all. Just like that, he walked out of the valley. This kind of operation made this newly arrived expert gasp in amazement. I don't know how this kid was born. He's so sneaky. I heard him talking to himself along the way. Something about both sides dying and being too lucky. Who was he talking to? The more this expert thought about it, the stranger he felt. No matter how you look at it, you shouldn't be so sure, right? He kept this question to himself until 2 hours later, that seeing that the kid thought he was safe. He hid in a tree hole and breathed heavily, muttering to himself, sigh, the so-called Tao of luck is still just a matter of chance. Previously, when I was in danger and didn't die, I had Uncle Nan to protect me. Just now, the two monster kings fell in front of me. How can there be so many good things in the world? They must have been killed by the person who protected me. He's really a good person. He didn't even snatch my things. No, I should say that I snatched his things, but he didn't say anything. Smacking his lips, he said regretfully, why didn't he take care of that Tiger King too? Let me pick up the leftovers again? Such a ready-made bargain. I wouldn't complain even if there were 8 or 10 times a day. Sai Uncle Nan is so soft-hearted. He actually wants to protect the environment. Seriously, Uncle Nan doesn't know how much this tiger's skin, bones, and penis are worth. What a waste. This expert's face turned green. This little bastard really knows everything. But it's this kind of act of pretending to be ignorant and deliberately snatching things that it's really infuriating. This Zhuo was now comfortable, satisfied, high-spirited, and overjoyed. In short, he was overjoyed. Out of the 3 spirit herbs, 2 were in his hands. Moreover, he even got the remains of the big, ancient demon. Zwishaoduo felt that. This trial was about to end. This game should be about to end, right? I've already taken most of the benefits. What are you waiting for? Could it be that there are other benefits for me? That Zwishaoduo was quite handsome, but how could things be so simple? Was it going to end just because he had taken enough benefits? How could it be? Now, the entire continent of astral souls was in a state of war. How could it end just like that? Especially, Zwishaoduo had been hiding his head. Many people who wanted to deal with him hadn't done anything yet. If they didn't do anything, it meant that there was no evidence. It was just like how the bounty hunters didn't dare to take action against the teachers of the Hidden Dragon High School. They were afraid of leaving behind evidence. If these bounty hunters didn't really make a move against Zwishaoduo, their identities were still bounty hunters. At the very least, they weren't bounty hunters targeting Zwishaoduo. They could even say that they were here to protect Zwishaoduo. They wanted to get on the good side of the Hidden Dragon High School. After all, it was one of the top 3 universities in the continent. It was the best excuse to build a good relationship with him. Now that there was an unexpected discovery, it was even more impossible for this matter to end so easily. As soon as heaven and earth arrived, they immediately reported to the Heavenly King of the Right that there might be a space relic. The Heavenly King was really shocked this time. The location that they chose, based on the situation, might have a space relic. What kind of luck was this? Think of a way to settle this matter as soon as possible. With the addition of this variable, he had to end the matter of Zwishaoduo's bounty in advance. Otherwise, the Wizard Alliance and the Dao Alliance would definitely come and take part in it if the information was leaked out. They had to end this matter as soon as possible and start military control that the Heavenly King had thought of all the follow-up plans. However, things didn't go as planned. There was obviously more than one discerning person here. At that time, there were other people who had discovered the space fluctuation. They had even discovered it earlier than the people from the astral souls. Just as the Heavenly King of the Right put down the phone, his phone started ringing crazily. When he saw the name, he smiled bitterly. "Brother Lei, why did you call me personally?" On the phone, a voice said angrily, "Why are you pretending to be confused? We have to have a share in the joint development of the space relic." Yu Dongtian instantly had a toothache. "It's not confirmed yet. Do you want me to go over and confirm it with you? Or I can go over alone to confirm it. I'm really not sure what kind of relic it is." Yu Dongtian's voice was very cautious. "At the moment, we've only discovered the space fluctuation. I'm really not sure." He suddenly realized, there's actually a spy in the Dao League in the Starlight Mountain Range. Do you want to kill our genius? On the other side. Why do you care? Yu Dongtian had a toothache. From the looks of it, the Umno Alliance also knows about it. It seemed that the plan to monopolize it wouldn't work. The person on the other side laughed loudly. Then it settled. The call ended. Yu Dongtian rubbed his forehead with a headache. There was really no other way. He really couldn't take it. Just as he was feeling depressed, his phone rang again. When he looked at it, he smiled bitterly. After a pause, he picked it up. "Boss Hong, congratulations on coming back." Chapter 610. From the other end of the phone came the sound of metal clashing, mixed with a domineering and domineering aura that looked down on the world. He directly opened his mouth and spoke. "The 3 continents will develop the ruins together, as usual. Do you have any objections?" Yu Dongtian smiled bitterly. There were indeed spies from the Umno Alliance over at the Starlight Mountain Range. He said with a twisted face, "This, we have to discuss with the minister." Hearing the words minister, the flood which suddenly became furious. "Just discuss it. Why did you push this guy? Let me tell you, 2 of your people are in trouble now. Don't force me to start a war." The flood which suddenly became aggressive. "Let me ask you, what do you think about developing the ruins?" Yu Dongtian's eyes shot out crazy anger, and his breathing became heavy. "Who do you think I am? How dare you bully me? Damn you, I am of the same level as you." He really wanted to shout, "Let's start a war then. I'm not scared of you." But he really couldn't beat this lunatic. And now was not the right time. Yu Dongtian was speechless at the mention of the serious shortage of high-end combat power on his side. No one would have thought that the Great Flood which would come back so early. This unexpected change had suddenly trapped the high-end combat power on their side. If they started a war now, they would lose without a doubt. Boss Hong Yu, my father, and the minister of the left have been friends for many years. Let's save some face. Right? There's no need to fight for luck. Cough, cough. Yu Dongtian was trying his best, but the flood which directly exploded. Don't mention this Zhua guy to me. The flood which directly roared with a kind of earth-shattering resentment, hysterically angry. If you mention this Zhua guy again, I don't want the ruins anymore. Let's start a war. Yu Dongtian was shocked when he heard this. What? What's wrong? Haven't you always been appreciative of each other? Yu Dongtian's mind raced. Suddenly, he felt a very good feeling. She was a little excited and thought, could it be that, after Uncle's would cheated the fire witch, he cheated the flood witch? If that's really the case, then I'm really rejoicing in your misfortune. That's what Changlu's arrangement at that time involved too many people. Other than Wu Taijiang, who happened to be there and knew the reason, no one else knew the inside story. Even Nan Zhengxian and Yu Dongtian did not know about it. In this regard, Zhou Changlu really didn't dare to let them know. These guys didn't keep their mouths shut. If word got out, the flood witch's humiliation would be a small matter. His son's life would be in danger. Therefore, Yu Dongtian's current actions were all just guesses. The moment he heard the flood witch's hysterical rage, he became excited. The soul of gossip was burning fiercely. Digging grass. There was an inside story. A Miss Kong Kong. Yu Dongtian coughed. His voice was very clear, and he said with a bit of refreshment, Boss Hong, we're old acquaintances. Although you and my father are old rivals, and I'm a generation younger than you, on the battlefield, I've never seen you give me any face. So I can only talk to you on my own. That's why I said that we're of the same generation. Is that wrong? No, right? The flood witch's fierce voice sounded again. If you think so, it's okay. Now I'm talking to you about something serious. What do you want to do by talking nonsense? Speaking of which, what peers? You think too highly of yourself. You owe us too much. Yu Dongtian was stunned. What do I owe you? The flood witch snorted and said blandly, back then, your father and Zhou went to the main hall of the Umno Alliance together and revealed your identity. They said that they couldn't interfere with your growth. Do you know why the 10 great sorcerers never attacked you before you grew up? With our power, isn't it easy to destroy a top genius of the Astral Souls land? However, it's your father who owes us this favor. It doesn't matter if you don't want to admit it. It has nothing to do with you. Anyway, you've grown up to the point where you can kill Wu Yin without complaint. The flood witch's voice was very bland. Now, you're the king of the right. You've been famous for thousands of years, and your cultivation has reached the same level as mine. Every time Dan Kong fights with you, he's unhappy. Do you know why? With Dan Kong's great Tao of space, killing you back then was just a matter of moving his finger. But he didn't do that. He let you grow up, but now you beat Dan Kong every time you see him. A depressed voice beside the flood which said, Boss, let's get down to business. Why are you talking about this nonsense? The flood which turned on the speaker. Obviously, the great sorcerer Dan Kong next to her was embarrassed. Great sorcerer Dan Kong was really annoyed at this moment. Boss's words didn't sound wrong at first. She was telling Yu Dongtian how much this bastard owed them. He owed them a lot of favors and karma. In short, he owed them a lot. But why do these words sound so wrong to me? What does she mean by beat Dan Kong every time I see him? What nonsense is this? I often beat him, okay? Why does it sound like I'm being trampled on one-sidedly? Great sorcerer Dan Kong felt that his dignity had been damaged by 1,000,000 tons. And it was a critical hit. The flood which held the phone in her hand and turned on the speaker. Her face was cold, but her heart was full of joy. You bastards, which day did you not make me feel uncomfortable? Every day you mention the matter of my adopted son to disgust me. I'll remind you today. Don't think that you don't have a dark history. On this side, Yu Dongtian said, I know what you said. Not only did my father never forget this favor, but I also remember it. Yu Dantian was bewildered. Didn't everyone know about these shady dealings and never announce it to the public? Why did she say it out loud today? It made me embarrassed. Then I met the great sorcerer Dan Kong. Koff. It was time to fight or fight. Talking and fighting were two different things. The flood which continued in a cold but fierce voice like gold and iron. Besides, the one surnamed Zwa is not a good son. He came with your shameless father. Not many years after he owed him a favor, he turned his back on him and won Lihua's wife. Beside him, Lihua's voice was so depressed that he vomited blood. Can you not mention this? Can you not mention this? The flood witch's voice remained unchanged. And Bing Ming. You. There was a pleading voice on the other side. Boss, let's talk about business. Let's talk about business, okay? Yu Dantian suddenly realized that the flood which was using him as a prop to teach the other great sorcerers a lesson by digging up their dark history. Damn it, I'm the heavenly king of the right road. How dare you use me as a prop? A thought flashed through his mind, and he said casually, now that you mention Uncle Zwa, I remember something. When I called Uncle Zwa a few days ago, Uncle Zwa actually said that he knew you were back. He wanted me to see you and say hello. Zwa Zhonglu had indeed said these words. Puffed, puffed. There was a series of strange sounds coming from the other side of the phone. Yu Dantian couldn't help but feel confused. He took the phone away and thought about it. What was this sound? Could it be that someone spat it out? Was it necessary? Was it necessary? Was this group of people so easily amused? As the messenger, he didn't even get the point of laughter at the flood which on the other side of the phone took a deep breath, as if she was suppressing the anger in her heart. She said lightly, 1 month later, the relic must be opened. All 3 parties must be present. Do you have any objections? Yu Dantian thought for a while and said, the relic belongs to all humans. I don't have any objections. But one thing is for sure. 1 month later, it won't work. The time is too short. The flood which didn't say anything. Of course, he knew that 1 month was not enough. He just wanted to change the topic as soon as possible. In the beginning, the opening of the ancient relic on the Umno Alliance's side was also jointly developed by the 3 continents. It took 3 months from the discovery to the gathering of the masters from the 3 continents. Then, they discussed the distribution of the loot and opened the relic. Yu Dantian sighed in his heart. The relic could only be like this. Once the relic was discovered, it must belong to all humans. It must be opened by the joint efforts of the 3 continents. No one could take it for themselves. No one dared to take it for themselves. The key to this was not for fairness, but for safety. An ancient relic that could be left until now was definitely left behind by an extraordinary master. It could be a powerful master or a powerful force. Who knew what was inside? Take the relic in front of them as an example. If it was left behind by a powerful master of the Wu people, the people from the Astral Souls continent or the Tao League would all die if they went in. And what they obtained after spending a lot of manpower and resources might not be valuable. At least, it would be difficult to directly turn it into usable resources. Furthermore, this relic might not necessarily be left behind by the seniors of the Wu people's Tao League. It could also be left behind by the masters of the Monster Clan, the Demon Clan, or other races. If one party went in alone, the casualties would be a mess. It was almost foreseeable that they would be at a disadvantage. But if the 3 parties worked together to develop the relic, they would have the convenience of sharing the risk. The thing that you are restrained by may be what we need, and it can be easily solved. Of course, the basis of cooperation was that the 3 parties were of one mind and worked together to discuss the distribution of the loot in advance. Only then could they talk about cooperative development, and after the development, they would divide the loot equally according to the agreement. It would be a matter of credibility. The sudden appearance of the relic was a huge, unexpected variable. In all fairness, at least for Yu Dantian, he was still willing to develop this relic alone. He really wanted to take it for himself. But now, it seemed that it was impossible. Today is still the 3rd watch. This plot is very big. Cough, I will think about it tonight. Chapter 611. Unconventional was well aware of this. Although there was a high chance that this ruin was left behind by an almighty from another race, there was a 70% chance that it was not a ruin left behind by a human powerhouse. Unimaginable sacrifices would be required to develop it alone. However, if one party enjoyed it alone, the benefits would still be extremely considerable. As long as the ruin was divided into different levels of danger, people would be sent to try it out, and batches of human lives would be used to gain experience. Eventually, one party would be able to fully develop it and monopolize it. Although the ruin was extremely risky, it was still a piece of cake for the top forces of a continent. Therefore, Unconventional had this idea from the start. However, it was obviously impossible now. The leader of the Tao League, Tao is Thunder, and the Alliance is the Flood, which had personally called. There was no other choice. The three parties had to work together to open the ruin. However, there were considerable benefits in this way. First, the number of casualties in the Astral Souls continent would plummet due to the opening of the ruin. One must know that the more people who entered the ruin, the more casualties there would be. Therefore, the higher the level of the experts who died, the more it proved that the ruin was valuable. If only a few people entered, it would only prove that the ruin was worthless. This was the common understanding of everyone. As for the alliance of the three parties, no matter what, the consumption of manpower and material resources would be shared equally by the three parties. One more person died on my side than yours. Therefore, the resources obtained in the end should be compensated accordingly. It was not that everyone would go in together, and whoever survived in the end would get to keep it. That was impossible. This was something that had been agreed upon by the Wizard Alliance and the Tao Alliance when they explored a few relics. Since this matter had been settled, the Great Flood, which did not hesitate and ordered, since that's the case, you will set up a Tianxin group later and pull in those who can still move to discuss what to do. The order must be fair and open. If anyone dares to move before the discussion, don't blame me for being merciless. Unconventional said. Of course. Before he could finish, the flood which interrupted. I'm talking about those who can contribute now. As for those who can only move their mouths, there's no need to call them over. The flood witch's voice hadn't faded away when the sound of coughing came from beside her. Everyone knew who was the one who couldn't move but could only talk, and they also knew why the flood witch said that. However, everyone also knew and understood that it would be best if that person did not come. It would be best if that person did not come. It would be even better if he didn't even know. Now, everyone had the strength to kill the two of them with a slap. It was basically effortless, but no one dared to do so. If you killed him like this, it would be equivalent to the intervention of force. Since it was an irresistible force, the result would only be that it had done him a great favor and completed the mortal dust transformation ahead of time. Well, the mortal dust incarnation was just that awesome. Once a certain couple ended their transformation into the mortal dust, the couple would team up to take revenge on the person who killed him. It was called revenge, a life and death feud. When that time came, there would really be no place to reason, because the most likely place to go was the underworld. With that person's nature, if he was given such a good excuse, it was estimated that tens of thousands of miles away would be light punishment. But when he came, you didn't dare to kill him, but he dared to provoke you. Moreover, he provoked you with his mouth and white teeth. He could follow you every day, and every word he said would make you so angry that your lungs would swell and your liver would explode. The so-called sharp tongue was not enough to describe him at all, but you didn't dare to make a move. Think about it. If he pointed at your nose and scolded your mother and your ancestors in front of the whole world, would you make a move? It was wrong to make a move, and that would free him. But if you didn't make a move, you would be scolded at will? How shameless would that be? It would be so hard on you. If you endured it, the whole world would say that you were a coward, and this story of a coward would be popular and echoed by everyone. The name of a coward would definitely not be taken off for the rest of your life. If you couldn't bear it, you could kill him with a slap. Even if you couldn't kill him, you could just touch him a little. When his transformation into the mortal dust ended, he would have an excuse to take revenge and call it washing away the shame of that day. Wouldn't the result be the same? It would even be worse than the previous situation. With that couple's means, there was no doubt that it would come true. Therefore, although the person now had no ability and didn't have any strength, he was really the #1 troublemaker in the world, not afraid of heaven, not afraid of earth, not afraid of death. In the face of such an opponent, would you be afraid? Yes, such a person. Even his companions had to be afraid of, frightened to death. Yu Dongtian's mouth twitched and said, "Okay, I wanted to discuss with uncles what to let him play. Now it seems, cough cough. Forget it." On the other side, the flood which warned. The 3 relics belonging to the Umno Alliance were jointly developed by all 3 parties, without exception. "Don't play petty tricks," Yu Dongtian said angrily. "Who's playing petty tricks?" "Boss Hong, I respect you as a senior, but you can't slander others." The flood which sneered. "What? Do you want to make this matter clear? That minister of yours, what did he do when our Umno Alliance went to the relics last time? Did he cheat others lightly? Did he not take advantage of others?" The Heavenly King of the Right was speechless. After a long time, he finally said with a red face, "The matter of the elders. It's all in the past, and you still remember it. Where is your magnanimity?" The flood which spat, and her anger surged like a mountain. They were really made from the same mold. First they denied it, and when they couldn't deny it, they simply said it's all in the past and pushed it away. Now they're saying that we're not magnanimous. Yu Dongtian, you're not the other son of that guy, are you? Their personalities are too similar, he said angrily. That time, after exploring the relics of the Umno Alliance, your minister of the left scraped down the entire ground of the relics by 30 meters. How dare you do it? You said that your people had no way of making a living, and your fields were barren, so you used the soil to benefit the common people. You lied to us and said that it was useless, and you only improved the soil. In the end, you used tens of billions of tons of soil to cultivate elixirs, and took advantage of us greatly. How can we not be frightened by such a precedent? This time, I'll make it clear in advance. Everything in the relics, regardless of whether it's flowers or trees, must be divided equally, even the soil inside. This is the bottom line. Yu Dongtian, so ruthless. Even the soil is divided equally. At least, you don't know how many divine weapons and valuable ancient objects we found from the mud. The swimming dragon sword I'm using now was found by uncles in the soil, but how can I tell you this? If you want to divide the soil, fine. As the landlords, we must be responsible for the basic cleanup work. Of course, we can divide the soil equally. But regarding the process of screening what's hidden in the soil, we don't have to inform you in advance, and we have to check it carefully. The Dao League always wants to take advantage of us, but they've only opened one joint relic, and the rest have been monopolized by them. The flood, which was obviously very dissatisfied with this, and said, this time, the Dao League took a small share from the mainland. Yu Dongtian said, I'm just a junior, so I don't have the final say. The flood, which was very stubborn, and said, I'll do it. Let's see who dares to disagree. Yes, it's a deal. I'll rely on the flood witch's divine power. The Heavenly King of the Right felt that something was wrong. The flood witch's words, I'll do it. Let's see who dares to disagree, was a bit wrong. Boss Han, you're coming? Yu Dongtian blurted out. Why? I can't go. The flood witch said coldly. I haven't moved around for a long time. Yu Dongtian was a bit dazed. The flood witch was coming. Who could resist her? Don't say those words. What you need to do now is to clear the area. If there are any additional accidental injuries, it's all because you didn't prepare well as the landlords, and it has nothing to do with anyone. Yes, that's for sure. At this point, the flood witch was about to hang up, and there was nothing else to say. Yu Dongtian hurriedly stopped her. You can't hang up. I still have something to talk to you about. Boss Hong, now that we're done talking about business, there are still a few small things that I need your help with. Yu Dongtian's attitude was very humble. The flood, which obviously didn't expect that her mortal enemy, the Heavenly King of the Right of Astral Souls, would ask her for help. She was immediately interested. What help? Cough, it's like this. I recently received a mission, and I need some local specialties from the Umno Alliance's mainland. Yu Dongtian coughed a few times. I hope Boss Flood can help me. The Flood which didn't care at all. With your strength, coming to the Umno Alliance's mainland to get some local specialties is like going home. Do you still need my help? No. Yu Dongtian smiled bitterly. If Boss Flood doesn't say anything, I won't dare to do anything. Say it. The Flood, which was very magnanimous. Cough, cough. Then I'll say it. Say it. I'll really say it. If you don't say it, then hang up. What are you wasting time for? The Flood, which was impatient. Isn't it just some local specialties? I'll send someone to send it to you later. Thank you, Boss Hong. Yu Dongtian was overjoyed. Actually, it's not much. I only need 1 kilogram of water-fire bamboo shoots, 6 space lotuses, 8 ice soul lotus roots, 10 fire sea abalones, 3 kilograms of hurricane crabs. Yu Dongtian was a little embarrassed. Thank you, Boss Hong. Boss Hong is very generous. On the other side, the breathing of several people suddenly became heavy. Blazing Fire, Icy Netherworld Dan Kong, and the others looked at the Flood which expressionlessly. They almost gave her a thumbs up. Yu Dongtian was right. You're really generous. You actually agreed directly just now. Listen to what the other side said. Is that even human language? If you want to do something, then do it. We don't have it anyway. The Flood Witch's face was also pulled flat. I'll send someone to send it to you later. She had just said this sentence. Her words were still ringing in her ears. But, who would have thought that the local specialties this bastard wanted were these? These were the local specialties you were talking about? You might as well dig up my ancestral grave. Chapter 6:12. The Flood Witch's rugged face flushed red and then white. It wasn't embarrassment, but anger. Yu Dongtian really dared to dig a hole for me. You actually dared to dig a hole for me. I'm afraid you don't know how to spell the word death, right? If I take out these things and these quantities, the others will definitely fight me to the death. Why don't the two families stop fighting and have an internal conflict and kill each other? Boss Hong, really, I really need it urgently. Otherwise, I wouldn't have forced you. Yu Dongtian's voice was full of sincerity and pleading. I really need it urgently. I'm not lying to you. I'm really doomed if I can't get these. On the other side of the phone, the Flood Witch panted twice and suddenly said, What? Speak louder. Yu Dongtian. The Flood Witch. What's the matter? Ah. Yu Dongtian hurriedly said, What I want is... The Flood Witch. Hello? There's no sound? It's disconnected? The signal is really bad. Fuck. Beep, 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 that the phone was hung up. Yu Dongtian looked at the phone in his hand and was dumbfounded. Fuck. You, the world's #1 expert with thick eyebrows and big eyes, actually came up with this idea? It was simply that Yu Dongtian immediately called back. The number you have dialed is temporarily unavailable. Fuck. The Heavenly King of the Right's phone flew to the wall and broke into pieces. He jumped and cursed, Flood. Shameless person. To think that you call yourself the world's #1 expert. How can you go back on your words like this? I fucking look down on you. I look down on you. Bastard. No matter how much Yu Dongtian scolded, the Flood Witch couldn't hear it because her phone was crushed. Shameless person. How dare you trick me like this? To think that you're the Heavenly King of the Right. Have some shame. How can you even say such an exorbitant price? The Flood Witch glared at Lai Hua and the others who were snickering at the side and shouted angrily, Hurry up and prepare. Do you want me to personally make the arrangements? Swoosh. The group of senior magi, scattered like birds, got over there. The Heavenly King of the Right cursed and finally calmed down a little. Immediately, he got busy and grabbed the phone to make a call. Dad! The Flood Witch called just now. It's like this. Nan Zhengxian, let me tell you, this is serious. Traces of ruins have been discovered in the Starlight Mountains. Let me tell you, if you don't do it well this time, I will be your scapegoat for nothing. Dongfang, prepare your men. Don't have to be too many. This time, let's see if we can take advantage of them. Shimin, Beigong, Old Ling this time. Lu Clan, Yu Dongtian. This time, they were going to send the best craftsmen, This time, if we lose face, I'm Udantion. Get His Majesty on the phone. Something's up. Duh. Just like that, he made over 100 calls in one go. After a long while, Udantion finally stopped talking. But after thinking for a while, he still made another call. Taijiang, you still have to come back. The ruins have opened. There might be some special forging materials inside, or something we don't know how to forge. You're the expert here. After the call, he sat in a chair, crossed his long legs, and sighed. As the heavenly king of the right, I'm really like an old mother. I'm tired. Suddenly remembering that there was someone he hadn't contacted, he immediately called. I say, you have to show up this time. Remember to bring your wife. The ruins. You're not going? Why? Too lazy to move? Damn it. Let me tell you clearly. Your junior brother is over there now. If you don't go, I've already told Uncle Zwa that your junior brother will be under the protection of the two of you. If anything happens to him, it's none of my business. In any case, the people from the UMNO Alliance and the Tao League this time are all awesome people. I don't think I have the ability to protect him. If he dies or is crippled, it's up to you. What? You're going? You're going just because you wanna? You're going just because you wanna? I won't allow it. Beg me? Fuck. I knew you were going to be a coward, you coward. A female voice answered the phone, and Udantion immediately hung up without another word. The other party called again, and he hung up again. Call again, and he hung up again. The world finally quieted down. He muttered angrily, if you have the ability, come and fight me yourself. What kind of ability is it to ask your wife to answer the phone? I'm all alone. A single dog has no status. Do I really have to find a partner? Udantion felt even more lonely now. It was really uncomfortable to have no one to rely on. When he was scolding others, their wives would always come out and scold him back. He was neither deep nor shallow, and could only passively be lectured, so he could only hang up and not answer the phone. There was really no one around to help him. Sigh. Udantion sighed sadly, and his gaze became deep. For a long time, in the void, there seemed to be a woman quietly looking at him. Don't worry, I won't look for her. You, and Xing received a call. This time, the purpose of the call was simple and straightforward, which was to end the farce at the Starlight Mountain Range as soon as possible. However, this situation was still going on. They just needed to chase that kid out to attract attention. As the saying goes, pull one hair and the whole body will be affected. This kid was precisely that one hair that was enough to attract everyone's attention and take everyone away. However, just as the five of them were about to discuss, they realized that that kid had disappeared again. Disappeared again? The five of them almost broke down. Fuck, what the hell was going on? Even though everyone knew that he was still in this area, how could he not be seen? What could they do? Wait, when he appears again, we'll chase him out and throw him out. I'm so angry. You and Xing had to wait for a long time, because Zhuo had started the third compression of the vital core. With the Snake King and the Centipede King's corpses as support, the Dragon Blood Flying Dagger could be used to its maximum potential. As the saying goes, a centipede dies but never falls down. Although the two-star beasts were already dead, the essence of their bodies was still there. With the Dragon Blood Flying Dagger as the medium, they continuously converted abundant vital core for Zhuo to absorb and digest. This was enough to last for a long time. After 8 hours, Zhuo completed the third compression. Zhuo, whose strength had improved again, looked around to check his gains so far and the changes inside the Tower of Annihilation. The first thing that caught Zhuo's attention was the 2 spots of yellow light that had been quiet all this time, which were the 2 saber-winged tigers. At this moment, the yellow light changed again. In the blurry light, the shadow of a tiger could be vaguely seen. It was just that its size was very small. The 2 balls of yellow light that wrapped around the 2 saber-winged tigers were only about the size of a 20-kilogram watermelon. Zhuo was worried about this. Would the 2 saber-winged tigers be crushed inside? He did not know when they would come out. After 8 hours of cultivation, the Heart of the Sun had absorbed all the vital core that had accumulated and dissipated during this period of time. The temperature inside was just right, warm and comforting. In the earth vein that Xiao Long had built, there were many spiritual herbs buried one after another. Probably because the earth vein was relatively limited, it could only maintain the status quo and not wither. As for the growth, forget about it. In this regard, Zhuo did not have any good ideas. There was no place to collect the jade powder of astral souls here. The corpses of the Centipede King and the Serpent King lay a little further away, without any signs of life. It had to be said that the quality of the two king-level astral beasts was really good. Zhuo had been absorbing the dragon blood flying dagger crazily for 8 hours, but the dragon blood flying dagger was still full and glowing red. On the other hand, the astral beast corpses, whose blood essence was being sucked out, did not lose any color. Zhuo no longer extracted the dragon blood flying dagger's energy. After all, he had just finished suppressing it. Although he had a breakthrough in his cultivation, his whole body still felt uncomfortable, as if it had been cut off and reconnected. This was the delicate moment when the extreme discomfort was just about to turn into relief. How could he not relax? Just as Zhuo was about to relax, he saw the 433 space rings that had been lined up beside the heart of the sun. At the same time, he saw the centipede leg that had been roasting for a long time. The moment he looked at it, he immediately felt his stomach, which had not eaten for a long time, acting up and making a rumbling sound. No wonder I kept feeling that something was missing. It's because I'm hungry. Since he wanted to cook, Zhuo shook his hand and took out the cat spirit sword. Today, I'll make a king-level barbecue. Let's have a taste. Zhuo took a step forward. First, he used his energy to protect his hand. Then he pressed down on the centipede's leg. He still felt that the black hair on the centipede was extremely prickly, but the poisonous blood inside had already flowed out. There was more space for him to cook. With a slash of his sword, the hard outer skin of the centipede's leg was split open by the sword, revealing the white and tender flesh inside. Just one look was enough to make him hungry, especially when he was hungry. Long, come over and see if this meat is poisonous. No, it's not poisonous. It's edible. Once he heard that it was not poisonous, Zhuo felt even more relieved. He carefully picked out pieces of tender flesh, only to find that the inside of the centipede's leg was actually like that of a human's. There were even bones inside. It's different after becoming a spirit. Even a damn centipede has bones. Zhuo clicked his tongue in wonder as he asked Xiao Long, "Is the centipede queen's bone marrow poisonous?" No, it's not poisonous. Except for the poison glands, the rest of the centipede queen's body is basically non-poisonous. The poison is basically concentrated in the epidermis, venomous fangs, and venomous sacs. If that's the case, then it's even better. Zhuo carefully processed the centipede's leg meat. Although there was only one centipede's leg, he still carefully cut out more than 130 pounds of meat essence. The skin was peeled off and thrown to the side. All that was left was a pile of meat and a bone that had been picked clean. He made a big vat of the spiritual water that Enchanting gave him and soaked the meat essence in it. Then he began to process the centipede's bone. Slash by slash, he completely cut the bone and took out the bone marrow. The whole thigh was filled with 2 to 3 pounds of soft bone marrow. Zhuo worked happily. Waha! The cute and obedient Xiao Duo barbecued meat. You deserve it. Chapter 613. Bone marrow. This was the essence of the centipede's body. Naturally, it had to be soaked in a small basin alone. Next, he worked on the joints and the calf. And there was a surprise in the joints. The moment he opened the joints, there was a sparkling light. He couldn't wait to open it. Wow! It was a round bead the size of an egg. It emitted a hazy glow and was very beautiful. One could tell at a glance that it was not an ordinary item. What is this? Zhuo had this advantage. He could ask anything he didn't understand. Xiao Long was really an expert in appraising items. He knew everything. Centipede pearl. Is it useful? I only knew about snake pearls before, but I didn't expect centipedes to be able to produce centipede pearls. It's an eye-opener. This thing is very useful, Xiaolong said. Based on this centipede queen's cultivation, this centipede pearl is a first-class good. When ordinary martial artists wear it on their body, aside from a few more special mixed poisons, they can basically be considered immune to all poisons. If an ordinary person is bitten by poisonous creatures or insects, rolling this centipede pearl on the wound will remove the poison. It's a miracle. That's really a good thing. Zhuxiao's eyes lit up. The so-called very useful is for ordinary people and even ordinary martial artists. Xiaolong's eyes were full of disdain. For high-level martial artists, this thing is almost useless. Oh! The quality of the centipede pearl is also divided into different grades. The pearl inside the centipede's spine is the best. There are such pearls in the neck, the head, and the spine. Generally, there are such pearls in every joint. The pearls I mentioned just now are all much better than the one on the leg. That is a real treasure. It's enough to be immune to all poisons below king level, including king level, especially the one in the head. It's even more precious. Xiaolong said, it's the same for the Snake King. There are similar snake pearls in its head. There are also big pearls in every joint in its body. Looking at the size of the Snake King, the snake pearls in its head are at least the size of a bowl. Zhuxiaoduo suddenly turned his head and looked at the Snake King and Centipede Queen in his space. His eyes lit up as if he was looking at two gold mountains. No, compared to the corpses of these two demon kings, what was a mere 2 mountains of gold? Probably because he moved too quickly, he almost twisted his neck. Good thing. It was a real good thing. Not to mention the ones in his head or neck. Just the one on his thigh would be priceless if he were to sell it. It would be hard to get even with 10,000 gold. Putting aside the snake pearl on the Snake King, just the centipede alone was enough. This centipede had a total of 9 heads. Wouldn't that mean that it would have 9 large pearls? 9 necks, 9 upper bodies, more than 3,000 legs. I can't. That I'm going to die of excitement that once they were all used, he would definitely become the richest man in the world in the eyes of ordinary people. Without any doubt. The richest man in the world with cash flow. His cash flow alone was enough to crush all the tycoons in the world. For a moment, Zhuxiaoduo was overwhelmed with emotions. If this was a peaceful world, just by finishing this job, his life's dream would be realized. Well, if he gave this wealth to Fengling, would he still write books? Damn! He would have found 364 concubines to have fun. Zhuxiaoduo thought about it and decided not to give it to him. If I gave it to him, he would really castrate me. Then he would go and have fun by himself, that I'm still a virgin. No, definitely not. I have to stop. Then he turned back with drool dripping down. It was time to start the barbecue. He brushed all kinds of ingredients over and over again until they were fragrant. He grabbed some wood and rubbed it into charcoal. He set up an open flame and let the charcoal burn. Then, he removed the flame and made a rack to start the barbecue. The only flaw is that Zhuxiaoduo rummaged in his spatial ring. Why didn't Principal Yi prepare a few cartons of beer for me? Forget it. I'll drink this. He took out a bottle of 100-year plum blossom liquor. Xiaolong was drooling at the side. It was a pity that it was just a shadow. Even though there was delicious food in front of it, it could not enjoy it. It could only wait. Zhuxiaoduo was rarely generous. He casually flicked a drop of luck points. Xiaolong caught it with a somersault. Instantly, it lay down on the side and moaned that Xiaolong had put in a lot of effort along the way. If not for Xiaolong's efforts, he would not have been able to reap such rewards. Since it was a meritorious servant, how could he treat it badly? The aroma filled the air and refreshed the mind. Zhuxiaoduo ate heartily with a mouthful of barbecued meat and a sip of wine. This is the life of an immortal, Zhuxiaoduo thought in satisfaction. Sigh, I'm still in a state of being hunted. There are so many killers waiting to kill me outside. I'm scared to death. Drink a glass of wine and eat a skewer of meat to calm down. Zhuxiaoduo picked up the bone marrow and ate it in 2 bites. He smacked his lips and felt a different kind of fragrance. Good stuff. He took a bite of the meat. The centipede meat was unexpectedly tender. When Zhuxiaoduo took the first bite, he almost swallowed his tongue. It's so fragrant, so delicious. Zhuxiaoduo thought that it would be a waste if he was the only one who could enjoy such a good thing. He had to think of a way to leave some for Nian Yin, his parents, teacher Qin Fangyang, teacher Hu Ruyun, and so on. There was also Long Yuxing and the others. Good stuff must be shared with everyone. Only then will it be satisfying. Zhuxiaoduo thought generously. Such a good thing, I can't forget to ask them to sign an IOU. Except for Nian Yin's parents, teacher Qin and teacher Hu, I don't need to sign an IOU. As for the others, I have to fight them. Such a good delicacy, I can eat it just by signing an IOU. It's so worth it. Teacher 1. Teacher 1. It doesn't matter if you sign an IOU. Zhuxiaoduo tilted his head and thought for a long time. Finally, he decided that it was better for Teacher 1 to sign an IOU. After all, he was not as good as Teacher Qin. There was also the old principal's friendship here. He was slightly inferior that he ate as he thought. He thought about how to get people to sign an IOU and how to collect debts in the future. Zhuxiaoduo was immersed in it for a long time and couldn't extricate himself. I don't need any process to collect debts from Long Yuxing and the other brats. I just need to hold them down, like holding a grasshopper, and force them to pay up. Even if Wan Lixio can't do that, she can also threaten them through Long Yuxing and take advantage of the situation. But people like Principal Yi and Teacher would have to pay attention to strategy and tactics when collecting debts. Otherwise, I'm afraid that I'll be beaten up instead. If I can't collect debts, I'll be beaten up. That would be too embarrassing. But I can turn around and collect debts after my cultivation exceeds theirs. Every dog has its day. There will be a day. But what should I do with Li Qinglong? It's too hard to collect his debt. He already owes me a lot of money. If we calculate according to the ratio of 90% to 13%, the interest will compound. This guy already owes me the entire Wizard Alliance. He roasted, ate, thought, and drank unknowingly that he reached out again to Gone. Zhuxiaoduo was dumbfounded. That's not right. That's more than 100 pounds of meat. Can I eat that much? I haven't been a rice bucket for a long time. He lowered his head and looked in disbelief. Fuck this ball. Is my stomach? My slender physique? My looks? My demeanor? Zhuxiaoduo didn't dare to be negligent. He stood up and practiced a round of hammering. It was fine if he didn't practice hammering. Once he did, the spiritual energy in his body flowed. Suddenly, pung. It was as if a bomb had suddenly exploded in his dantian. All the spiritual energy exploded in an instant. In his stomach, along with the continuous digestion, waves of spiritual energy rushed out crazily and flowed through his meridians at high speed. If his dantian was originally a large lake with a very low topography, then, right now, it was like a torrential rain falling from the sky. Above the hundreds of mountains in the surroundings, countless raging rivers were flowing down that the crazy confluence of spiritual energy poured into this large lake. Zhuxiaoduo had just suppressed the spiritual energy to about 1/10 of the height. In just an instant, almost 1/3 of the height had been filled up, and the spiritual energy in his stomach was still being digested. It entered his meridians and flowed into his dantian, the vortex spun crazily. After 9 consecutive revolutions, all the spiritual energy that flowed into his dantian quickly turned into thin clouds. Then, it entered his meridians and circulated continuously. In this cycle, a large amount of spiritual energy was produced in his body in a turbulent manner. It flowed rapidly and endlessly, carrying on the past and expanding into the future. The clouds in his dantian were already half full. 2/3, 3/4, 4/5. Zhuxiaoduo was dumbfounded by this shocking change. It can't be. He had just finished suppressing his spiritual energy, and now he was about to break through again. I don't know why this is happening. Why is this happening? But no matter how puzzled he was, or how much he didn't dare to believe it, the huge change was right in front of him, right now. If he didn't take any action now, his meridians would be filled to the brim. Looking at the copious amount of spiritual energy that was still continuously surging and increasing, if he didn't react in time, his body might explode and he would die. No, it wasn't just might, but he would definitely explode and die. Facing death, Xiaoduo sat down helplessly. First, he used the icy heart technique, then the flaming sun sutra. He used all his strength and circulated his spiritual energy at high speed. Oh my God! Xiaoduo was extremely sad about his current situation. Long. Why didn't you tell me that I can't eat too much of this centipede meat? Xiaoduo shouted angrily. Obviously, he wanted to push the blame of this gluttony to Xiaolong. At the side, Xiaolong's eyes were blurry. It was obvious that it was still immersed in the extreme comfort brought by the luck points and could not extricate itself. When it heard this, it only weakly cried out, "Oh, fuck." Xiaoduo really wanted to punch this crying monster to death. Chapter 614. But now, there was no time, no effort, and no time to care. The spiritual energy was like a tide, surging madly without end. In the distance, it was already connected to the heavens. I'll bet. Ayo, Xiaoduo screamed. He was sweating profusely due to the pain. However, he did not dare to be careless. If the barrier of the inner core stage was broken, his cultivation journey would be ruined. At the very least, he would not have the chance to surpass Nian Mao. Xiaoduo couldn't accept this result at all. It was simply worse than being done for. How many times has it been? Ignoring the pain, he directly condensed his true qi and formed a huge hammer in his dantian. Starting from the top, he smashed down fiercely. Smash it once. Aw! Smash again. I'll smash it. I'll smash it. Her voice was long and mellow. Moreover, it was continuous, and endless. Xiaoduo was still able to think despite being in an extremely difficult situation. For a moment, he even felt a little poetic. So proud. Who are the heroes of the world? Wielding a sledgehammer in his dantian? Only masters will Wushuang, who hammered again and again. Good poem. Ow. However, before he could even catch his breath, the space above was already filled up once more. Thus, he had no choice but to smash it down once more, again and again, that in the end, Xiaoduo was only left with the thought of continuously smashing down. Right now, he really couldn't care less about the time limit of his cultivation. The violent energy gushing out of his body didn't have to be absorbed from the world through his meridians. Even so, Xiaoduo's movements were still extremely laborious. If he were to open his mouth now and directly expel the spiritual qi from his body through his true essence, he would be able to alleviate some of the pain. But how could Xiaoduo be so stingy? It wasn't easy for the true yuan and spiritual qi to enter my stomach. And you want to go out? What a joke! Xiaoduo kept his mouth shut and held his breath, refusing to let out a single breath. Don't talk about breathing. I won't even fart. His entire face was red from holding it in. Only when he couldn't hold it in any longer would he take a few breaths. However, with each breath, a beam of condensed light green spiritual energy would shoot out of his nostrils and out of his mouth. TSK. Xiaoduo smacked his lips in heartache. However, every time he smacked his lips, a ball of spiritual energy would rush out. A certain someone's heart ached even more, and he would never smack his lips again. The only thing left in his mind was to crazily compress, crazily swing the hammer, crazily smash, at this time twice 0.3 times. For times that it wasn't until the fifth time that Xiaoduo felt all the pain in his body go numb. Only then did the surging true qi slowly stop. At this moment, his dantian was still filled to the brim with spiritual qi. Xiaoduo was completely helpless in this situation, but he could finally heave a sigh of relief. Oh my God! Xiaoduo was lying on his back in the Tower of Annihilation. His entire body had turned into mud and collapsed to the ground. At this moment, His exposed skin was covered with blood vessels and meridians that looked like earthworms. They were so red that they were almost transparent. One could almost see the blood flowing in the blood vessels. Yes, more of the spiritual energy was flowing in the meridians. Zhuxiao's forehead was covered in cold sweat. Just a little bit more. Just a boom. Is this the most direct manifestation of the strength of a beast king's flesh? When I was cultivating, I had the dragon blood flying dagger as a buffer, so I didn't touch it directly. That's why I didn't exceed my limit. Based on today's efficiency, Zhuxiaoduo set a rule for himself. Next time, I can only eat 2.5 kilograms at most. I can't eat more than that. The more Zhuxiaoduo thought about it, the more scared he became. What he didn't know was that this Beast King's meat was only effective the first time he ate it. When he ate it the second time, the effect would be greatly reduced. When he ate it the third time, the effect would be even weaker. By the time he ate it 5 or 6 times, the same Beast King's meat would basically have no effect. If eating the Beast King's meat could increase his foundation of true core by so much, given the ability of Elder Nan and the others to hunt, wouldn't it be unimaginable for them? It was like cold medicine. If you took it when you caught a cold, you would recover in 3 or 4 days at most. If you took it again, not only would it have no effect, it would even cause poisoning. It was the same principle. Now, I've suppressed it 8 times so quickly. Zhuxiaoduo was actually very unhappy about this result and the current situation. Just now, he had only been suppressing it like crazy. He hammered again and again to fight for space. He didn't know how much he had suppressed it. When he felt that he couldn't hit it anymore, he quickly went back and hammered it again. Now, he had unknowingly hammered it 5 times. Including the third time he had just finished, he had already done it 8 times. If his dantian was almost full now, it would probably take less than 2 hours for him to start compressing the true core in his dantian for the 9th time. Zhuxiaoduo only felt that this situation was really fucked up. He actually had to suppress it 7 times a day. What kind of godly person could do such a thing? Then, it was necessary for him to vent his anger. He took out his sledgehammer, and in the space, he aroused his whole body's cultivation and continuously used the sledgehammer to practice the moves. In one breath, he practiced 70 or 80 times until he was completely exhausted and had no strength left to continue. Finally, he and the sledgehammer fell to the ground. Practicing martial arts is really not a job for humans, Zhuxiaoduo muttered to himself. Even though he was complaining, he could clearly feel his own improvement. Before this, when he had compressed it for the 2nd time, he had used all his strength and used the most powerful Thousand Souls hammer. After 7 or 8 times, he would not have much strength left. But this time, he had to do it 70 or 80 times before he was exhausted. This kind of improvement was almost 10 times faster, or even more, in just a few days. My strength has increased. By 10 times? Zhuxiaoduo was at a loss. He couldn't believe it. Is it really so fast? If I go back to school and say this, won't I be admired by everyone? Admired by everyone? Zhuxiaoduo imagined himself standing on the stage with a face full of pride. He would say in a reserved and enthusiastic tone, "Actually, you can't improve by practicing martial arts. Everyone, you must work hard. For example, my strength is increased by 10 times in a day. So, everything depends on effort. How warm and loud the applause will be." Zhuxiaoduo was intoxicated just by thinking about it. He stretched out his arm and looked at it. The bulging meridians and blood vessels gradually disappeared. I'll rest for a while and continue with the 9th round. This time's mission can come to an end. Zhuxiaoduo was still worried that if he encountered an accident outside, he wouldn't be able to compress it in time. If he suddenly broke through, it would inevitably delay his cultivation plan. This guy didn't know that the 9 rounds of compression he had done now were comparable to the 50 or 60 rounds of compression of other people. A man whose heart is never content is like a snake trying to swallow an elephant. He was too insatiable. In addition, if other cultivators of the same level ate more than 50 kilograms of king-level astral beast meat, they would probably explode on the spot and turn into fireworks that after 4 hours this Wishaduo appeared in the forest outside, feeling refreshed. The moment he appeared, he screamed, "Ah!" But he didn't know that Ri, Yu, and Xing, as well as the two newcomers, Tiandi, were going crazy outside. Why did he disappear again? And this time he disappeared for so long? From start to finish, it had already been more than 10 hours. Why didn't he come out? Where did he go? Was he really still nearby? The Heavenly King called to urge him. The first time, has it started? Chase that kid out and finish this round as soon as possible. There are more arrangements waiting for you. Then, the Heavenly King answered anxiously. That kid disappeared again. The Heavenly King was speechless on the spot. Because of the previous lesson, he didn't collapse on the spot. After an hour, the Heavenly King called again. Have you found him? The answer, no. He disappeared mysteriously. Just like last time. Then, in the next 8 hours, the Heavenly King called 6 times in a row. The content was the same. Have you found him? Have you found him? Haven't found him? What's going on? The 3 of you. The 5 of you. Sigh. Haven't found him? What are you doing? He disappeared once. Why are you still here? Damn. What's wrong with you? You won't report if I don't call? Have you found him? Haven't found? The Heavenly King's voice was a little weak. Have you not found him yet? The 5 of them were scared to the point of collapse. Who was this kid? Why was the Heavenly King so anxious? Why did it sound like his nest had been dug up? Little did they know that the Heavenly King was really on the verge of tears. Disappeared again? What kind of explanation was this? What the hell, was this a report? Or not? The biggest problem was... How did he disappear? How did he disappear? How did he suddenly disappear again? Didn't he use Flying Spirit to follow him? How could he disappear? What the hell was going on? How did Uncle Zwa and Aunt Zwa give birth to such a kid? He was simply a little troublemaker. Was he planning to play with him to death? Don't scare me. Come out. Yu Dongqian's eyes were lifeless. Then he swore, I definitely won't use you as bait in the future. If there's a next time, I'll let Dongfang Shimenbeigong and your senior do it personally. I'll hide far away. This is too fucking scary. There was no news for 10 whole hours. On the other side, Yu Dongtian was on the verge of death. He was sure that if he called to report that Xiao Duo had disappeared again, the person who answered the phone would definitely not be Uncle Zwa, but Aunt Zwa. Yu Dongtian was 100% sure about this. Then he would be stewed into fish soup. He should wait. Wait a little longer. That Yu Dongtian paced back and forth like a lion that had just been locked up in a cage, full of irritation. But there was nothing he could do. He could only go back and forth, letting his irritation escalate. Finally, the phone rang. That kid has been found. Yu Dongtian heaved a sigh of relief and shouted like a thunderbolt. You don't have to report this kind of thing in the future. Don't you know it can scare people to death? Then he slammed the phone down. Was there an end to this? Chapter 615. The Heavenly King of the Right was furious. I'm so angry. One moment he was found, the next moment he disappeared. The next moment he was found again. Are you playing hide-and-seek with me? You really know how to play. The 5 of them looked at each other, speechless. Who reported it? Are you being unreasonable? You only found out when you called to ask. How do we report anything? However, who would dare to reason with the Heavenly King of the Right? That's impossible. The Heavenly King of the Right is still in a fit of anger. Beating you up would be the lightest punishment. Sending you to the Wizard Alliance as a spy. That would be the real joke. Zhuo had just come out when he saw a pair of legs, a pair of long legs. It instinctively screamed in fear, and with a whoosh, it was about to jump back. However, this person grabbed his scalp and pulled him over. Don't go. The person who came was the moon of the sun, moon, and star. It was his turn to follow Zhuo. He was also very curious about the sudden disappearance of this person. I followed him closely. How did he disappear? There's something strange about this kid. However, there were no abnormal movements nearby, so this kid must still be in this area. At most, it was only a dozen square meters. Even if he disappeared mysteriously, he still couldn't have gone far. The moon simply fell from the sky and squatted on a tree just like that. I have to figure it out no matter what. How did this kid disappear? Also, how did he suddenly appear again? It's really too strange. If I get scolded by the Heavenly King a few more times, I'll be so ashamed that I'll commit suicide. Zhuxiao's scalp was grabbed by the person who came, and he was almost scared out of his wits. He said instinctively, "I'm not leaving." Her flustered heart calmed down slightly the moment she heard those words. Yes, he was on the same side. This guy was obviously the one who told him not to run around, and also the one who shaved his leg hair. He had a very unique hobby. Even though it was safe, Zhuxiao still used the yang contraction divine art to shrink his thing back into his body when he thought of this guy's unique fetish. The moon grabbed Zhuxiao's scalp and pulled him out. He frowned and said angrily, "Tell me, how did you disappear?" Zhuxiao, huh? What? The moon said irritably, "How did you disappear?" Zhuxiao's eyes turned and he said, "Senior, if I'm not wrong, you're here to protect me, right?" The moon said yes. Zhuxiao rolled his eyes and said, "You see, how did I disappear? It's my biggest secret. If I tell you what should I say about my life insurance?" You took a deep breath and felt relieved. Interrogating this brat about how he disappeared was just an excuse. As long as he could confirm that this guy disappeared from time to time, not because he was in danger, but because he was in control of himself, that was enough. Now that this guy admitted that his sudden disappearance was his own doing and not caused by external forces, the moon could rest assured. But then, he felt depressed again. You disappeared just like that, and we were all shocked. Even the Heavenly King of the Right was about to go crazy because of you. I was so nervous when I was scolded. I'm so fucking innocent. The moon was speechless. But he didn't know that the person who was the most speechless was not him, but the two people who were about to attend the banquet, especially the Heavenly King of the Right. If he knew that he had sacrificed countless top-grade heavenly treasures and risked the unknown danger of eating the 1 meter higher sky, because this guy had a life-saving method that could disappear at any time, he would be speechless. No matter how high his cultivation was or how calm his temperament was, the Heavenly King of the Right would probably vomit blood. Now you have to go out. The moon frowned. Go out. Zhuxiao put on a cute expression and said, "But, uncle, it's dangerous to go out." Moon almost spat out blood. "They came here to hunt you down. So why are you hiding like this?" Zhuxiao argued. "What are you saying? They came to kill me, and they are so strong. Can't I just hide? Do I have to go out and let them kill me? Don't you have us to protect you? Those people outside are nothing to be afraid of." "But what if something happens? What if?" The moon almost vomited blood. "We have 5 masters. We can even fight against a Grand Magus. We're all used to protect you. What if something happens?" Zhuxiao looked at him suspiciously and muttered, "It's my life that's used as bait, not yours. Of course, you're not worried. But I'm worried." The moon was furious. "How afraid of death are you? This time, as long as it's done well, there's a great chance that we can solve all the problems of the Hidden Dragon High Martial School in one go." The moon said in a deep voice, "Such a heaven-sent opportunity. All the enemies are gathered here, but because you keep hiding, many of the target families haven't made a move yet. As long as their people don't make a move, they have room to maneuver. They can even say that they're here to protect you. If that's the case, the Hidden Dragon High Martial School can only continue to be aggrieved like before. Why have they been so aggrieved for so many years? They clearly have targets, but they don't make a move? It's because there's too much involved in this. Today, a few families have made a move. What's surprising is that even the people of the Umno Alliance have made a move. This is the biggest gain. As long as they show up, we can catch them all in one go. You have to know that this plan is an unprecedented big move. The royal family, the military, the government, and even a few old families have joined forces. This is an extremely delicate moment of reshuffling. If you miss this opportunity, Who knows when you'll have to wait for such an opportunity again? The moon said solemnly, as the person involved, taking a little risk is completely worth it. In fact, you can rest assured that the 5 of us will protect you. The others are not weaker than me. If the 5 of us join forces, even Minister Nan won't be a match for us. What are you afraid of? The moon gritted her teeth. Of course, Xiaoduo wasn't afraid. Since he was sure that the person who set the trap had sent people to protect him, he didn't have the slightest bit of fear. He just wanted to get more benefits out of habit. After this matter is over, there should be a reward based on merit, right? As the person directly involved, I still took such a big risk. My life is in danger. Xiaoduo put on a naive expression and bit his finger. You finally understood that the reason why this brat said so much was because he wanted to get some benefits. For a moment, she couldn't help but feel angry and amused. I don't have time to talk nonsense with you. You have 2 choices. Either you go out by yourself, or I throw you out. All right, there are 2 more choices. You bring out the 2 demon kings from Chief Nan. The military, the country, and the government will each give you a medal. 3 supreme medals of honor. How about that? The moon was bragging a little. 3 supreme medals of honor were not within the scope of his authority to promise. However, he knew that this kid in front of him was a money grubber. He was definitely the kind of money grubber who would rather die than give up his wealth. He said that on purpose. 3 supreme medals of honor? What's the use of that? Xiaoduo shook his head like a rattle drum. That won't do. What's the use of that? I won't do it. The moon secretly heaved a sigh of relief. I knew this kid wouldn't agree. If you agree, where am I going to get those 3 medals for you? I really can't get them. Then it's easy. The moon rubbed his wrist. Are you going out by yourself? Or do I throw you out? I, Xiaoduo, have always been righteous, wise, and brave. For the motherland and the people, I am willing to give up everything. I will not give up my responsibility and will not turn back. Even if there are many risks and infinite dangers, I will go forward bravely and never turn back. Xiaoduo said with a face full of righteousness, I will go out by myself. Xiaoduo's expression was solemn and courageous as he strode out. Of course, even if he was not courageous and did not walk out, there would be a foot behind him that would kick him out. When a person has only one choice and no other choice, he will not turn back and go forward bravely. Xiaoduo's quote, looking at Xiaoduo's solemn look, as if the wind was blowing and the water was cold, as if he was a warrior who would not return, and that fierce and impassioned atmosphere, but the moon could not help but praise him in his heart. This kid was quite responsible. Coupled with his extraordinary appearance, he was really eye-catching. Then that this kid walked through the no-man's land with an attitude of going forward even if there were thousands of people in front of him. The moment he saw a figure in front of him, he slipped into the grass. In an instant, he disappeared. He disappeared again. Yes, he disappeared again. Damn. The moon blurted out, damn you. Xiaoduo walked valiantly for dozens of miles, shaking his arms, his heart boiling. My cultivation has improved greatly. If I meet an assassin, I can smash him to death with my hammer. Who can fight me? I, Xiaoduo, I'm the most handsome kid in the Starry Mountains. What assassin? Can he block my hammer? Hearing the noise in front of him, 5 people were carefully searching for him. Xiaoduo immediately stopped moving forward. Xiao Long reported, there is 1 god reigning realm and 4 cloud realm cultivators ahead. Xiaoduo did not say anything and slipped away without hesitation. A real hero can be soft and hard. A real man can advance and retreat. A real man can be flexible. A good man can be flexible. A good man can adapt to circumstances. Xiaoduo's latest quote, spiritual guidance. The 5 people were searching when they suddenly heard a sound in front of them. The god reigning realm cultivator reacted the fastest. He looked in the direction of the sound and saw a shiny bald head. Xiaoduo. He shouted in a low voice, full of joy. He was about to retreat, but he was already discouraged. After all, there were too many experts. Especially with so many monster kings there, he did not expect to find a treasure like Xiaoduo at this juncture. It was really a case of searching high and low only to find it by chance. As the saying goes, where there is a will, there is a way. Go! Chapter 6:16. The five of them dashed toward the bushes at full speed. Before they reached the bushes, hundreds of hidden weapons had already shrouded the area with a radius of dozens of meters. Instantly, killing intent filled the air. In the sky, a gust of wind swooped down into the bushes after seeing that there was no one around. Bang! 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 Hurry up and find out which family they belong to. If they are bounty hunters, kill them or recruit them. Okay. Zwishaoduo ran for more than 20 miles. He was surprised and confused by the current situation. Why didn't the five of them chase after him? Did they stop after shooting a round of hidden weapons? What kind of observation skills were these? He had already shown his true form, and the bald guy was leading the way. It was such an obvious hint, but they still didn't chase after him? However, after sensing carefully, he couldn't help but be shocked. They really didn't chase after me? Zwishaoduo asked himself. If he were in their shoes, he would have broken his legs and chased after them with all his might. However, the five of them didn't do anything. How can they be called bounty hunters if they are so insensitive to wealth? Zwishaoduo touched his big bald head. The short stubble that had just grown out was a little prickly. You want to get rich with trash like you? At this moment, Moon's voice came into his ears. Stop wasting time. The five of them have been taken care of. The only thing you need to do now is to go out and attract more targets. Oh, it seemed that he was wrong. Zwishaoduo was anxious about his intelligence. But could it be done this way? With this thought, Zwishaoduo suddenly felt very confident. He felt that his safety level was instantly boosted. However, he couldn't be reckless. He had to develop himself in a wretched manner. Only then would he be safe and sound. Zwishaoduo understood this very well. Many descendants of big shots had too many people protecting them. However, as long as an accident happened, it was inevitable that they would be killed. This kind of thing was common in novels. It was simply everywhere. Zwishaoduo knew that he wasn't the son of a big shot. Although he was protected by experts, it was because he was a bait and couldn't be eaten as soon as possible. Cough. Maybe he was the son of a big shot, but the big shot hadn't recovered yet. He muttered in his heart, I want to be the second generation of a salted fish waiting for death. When will you guys recover? Therefore, safety was the most important thing in life, and one could not afford to be careless. Along the way, Zwishaoduo encountered two more groups of bounty hunters. However, the strength of these two groups was not that great. Zwishaoduo could handle them by himself. Spirit Cat Sword Kill. With a few more swipes, he obtained another 6 spatial rings. A total of them? Awesome. But as they walked forward, Zwishaoduo couldn't help but click his tongue. The Starlight Mountain Range was very big. This was common knowledge. Since it was a mountain range, there would naturally be more than 3 to 5 mountains. In such a large area, even if there were tens of thousands of bounty hunters, once they spread out, they should be scattered. However, Zwishaoduo had only walked for about 70 to 80 miles, but he had already encountered 7 waves of people. Most of the 7 waves of people were in groups of 3 to 5, but there were also lone travelers. Zwishaoduo dealt with 3 waves by himself. The rest were dealt with by Ri, Yu, and Xing. This bait function was quite efficient. Ri, Yu, and Xing were also helpless about the situation. If possible, they would be happy to see Zwishaoduo go through the danger alone. They would only help him when he was on the brink of death. That would be the best effect. It would benefit others and themselves. It would also be the best for them to search for evidence. However, the most important thing now was not to take the risk. They couldn't take the risk. If they were careless and this kid's life was taken away, even if they killed everyone here, they wouldn't be able to save him. This possibility was not zero, but very big, especially after heaven and earth brought the attitude of the heavenly king of the right, Ri, Yu, and Xing didn't dare to let Zwishaoduo go alone. This brat, you can say that he's afraid of death, but sometimes he's extremely daring. He even dared to take advantage of the battle between the three monster kings. If that was all, it would be fine. The situation was still under control. However, he also had a sneaking technique. It was a special method that was beyond the range of their divine senses. They would lose him if they weren't careful. This was the most likely source of accidents. What if he disappeared again and got killed when he went to do something? That would be too painful. Thinking about this result, they all broke out in cold sweat. However, they couldn't directly tell Zhuo to stop using that weird technique. They had to be able to see and follow him at all times. Firstly, it would be too embarrassing. Secondly, based on their understanding of Zhuo, he wouldn't listen at all. Yes, this kid was so fucked up. He was so fucked up that in a forest, more than 10 people were having a secret meeting. What should we do? These people were from the Wu and Gao families of Fenghai. At this very moment, these 10-plus people all had conflicted expressions on their faces. Their faces were filled with melancholy. The current situation was completely different from what they had guessed earlier. It was no exaggeration to say that these people were the most uncomfortable and at a loss of what to do among the many people gathered in the Starlight Mountain range this time. Others might be selfish and came for the reward. This group of people should be the absolute majority. There were at least tens of thousands of them. However, this group of people was also the purest. They only had one goal, which was to kill Zhuo. There were also people from other forces lurking in Water City First High School. There were even people from the Hidden Dragon High School. Their goal was also clear, to protect Zhuo. This group of people's goal was also very simple. The third group of people had another mission, to kill Zhuo. In comparison, this group of people had only one goal. Although their killing intent didn't come from their hearts, it could still be considered pure. Only the Wu clan and the Gao clan were completely muddle-headed. And it wasn't just one person who had this kind of mentality. Everyone was just as muddle-headed, because until now, they still hadn't figured out the real intention of their families. The men had been sent out, but the clan had only given the order to observe and wait for further orders. What was worse was that the other orders had yet to come. These people were at a loss of what to do. The helplessness in their minds was indescribable and indescribable. This was really fucked up. Then why did you ask us to come out? To travel at public expense? Even if it was a public expense, couldn't you find a less dangerous place? This place was dangerous at all times, and people could die. That in fact, regarding the issue of whether to kill Zhuo or not only in the Starlight Mountain range, but also in Fenghai's Wu and Gao families' old residences. It was extremely messy. This matter had divided everyone in the two families into two completely opposing factions. They argued and argued fiercely with each other, and it was difficult to come to a conclusion. One group was the direct relatives of the descendants killed by Zhuo. The other group was not. It had to be said that Zhuo was quite lucky. The three people he killed were all direct descendants of the Fenghai's Gao and Wu families. They were the geniuses of their families. However, if one thought about it, it would be understandable. If he wasn't a direct descendant, how could he be fully cultivated by his family and stand out among all the younger generations to be qualified to participate in the Central Plains Longhu ranking competition? However, it was also because of this that the level of argument kept escalating, and it was unusually fierce. On one side was the person in power, and his words were undoubtedly very important. On the other side, there were many people, many collateral relatives, or those who were not valued and were suppressed by the direct descendants, gathered together and started to fight in a way that was close to abdicating. The most fundamental reason for this situation was that all the young disciples in the family were standing on the side with more people. Among them, there was no lack of direct descendants and direct descendants. The two groups of people quarreled fiercely. Gao Qiao and the others from the Gao family, Wu Qing and Wu Yi from the Wu family, after discovering the King of Hell Palace's bounty and the unusual movements of their families, simply went home and resolutely expressed their opposition to killing Zhuo. The higher-ups of the families moved because of this and quarreled fiercely. The younger generation quarreled fiercely, like a raging fire. Zhuo killed Yin Tian, so he must die. This was originally the established policy that we had set before Zhuo came to Fenghai. Now is the best time to go with the flow and take advantage of the situation. Why are you going back on your words at the last minute? Are you not letting down the spirit of the deceased in heaven? How can our Wu family bear the consequences of Zhuo's death? Do you think that the Hidden Dragon High School will let go of the murderer who killed Zhuo? The initiators will be dealt with one by one. There is no such thing as an impenetrable wall in the world. Can the Wu family resist the large-scale counterattack of the Hidden Dragon High School? Fenghai alone is naturally not enough. However, the Wu family's ancestral home in Shangjing has already sent news that we have to send people to kill Zhuo. As long as we complete the task, Fenghai can return to Shangjing's genealogy. This is the wish that the Wu family has been working hard for generations. How can we not do our best? How can we succeed if we are afraid of the slightest thing? Haha, forgive me for being blunt. Our family has been separated for so long and has not been tied to Shangjing for a long time. But so what? Did he not have enough food to eat? Why do we have to use this method to return to the family? Do you think that when the Hidden Dragon High School sends a punitive force to punish us, will Shangjing take the thunder for us? To be more thorough, the so-called instructions from the Shangjing family obviously want to take action, but they don't want to get themselves into trouble. That's why they want us to take action. I don't believe that you can't see through this. You're just deceiving yourself and deceiving yourself. How can you say that? If you want to return to Shangjing, you have to pay a price and do something. How can you go back? Chapter 6:17. Another person scoffed. You only think about returning. Why don't you think about the consequences? This matter can be said to be the ancestral home's inspection of us. But it's not like they're not looking for a scapegoat. When the truth is out, they only need to deny it and say that we did it on our own. They won't suffer any losses, but we will be faced with a disaster. You're exaggerating? What's so serious? Let's not talk about the hidden dragon martial artist seeking revenge. Just based on the fact that Zhuo cultivates the Southern Chief's Flaming Sun scripture, how can their relationship be shallow? Can our Fenghai's Wu family withstand a slap from the Southern Chief? Let's not talk about our family. Even the Wu family in Shangjing can withstand the Southern Chief? If they could, why wouldn't they make a move? Don't tell me we won't take revenge for Yuntian. Just let it go like this. Times have changed, and there are priorities. Is the life of a junior worth risking our entire Wu family's lives for? If Wu Yuntian was alive, he was a genius with a limitless future. The family has the obligation to stand up for him. But he's already dead, and he died on the stage of the Dragon and Tiger ranking competition. Do we really have to break the rules and risk the entire family for a dead person? Wu Laosen, what do you mean? Yuntian's death. How can it be so light in your mouth? So Yuntian isn't your biological son, is he? Even if he's my biological son, I have to consider the safety of the family. I definitely won't allow such a risk. Fenghai's Wu family is the result of dozens of generations of hard work. It definitely can't be destroyed because of this. Bullshit, Wu Laosan. I think you're just gloating. Don't you feel pain in your heart when you spout such nonsense? It doesn't hurt at all. Why should I? The situation is clear now. I'm just speaking the truth. How many times have I, Wu Laosan, risked my life for the family? If it wasn't for the family's overall situation, don't bite randomly just because your son died. Silence. The Wu family's patriarch, Wu Yuntian's grandfather, had a conflicted and depressed expression. He was also dizzy from the quarreling of dozens of juniors, and it was hard for him to make a decision. From an emotional point of view, he was more inclined to kill Zhuo to avenge his grandson. However, from a rational point of view, he felt that it was impossible. Even the Wu clan of Shangjing didn't make a move. Instead, they ordered their own clan to make a move. Anyone who thought deeper would be able to see how great the risk was. Although the hatred in his heart was churning, his normal rationality was also constantly on alert. The kind of feeling of being able to draw the blade of the enemy's blade to his heart's content. and that kind of feeling of having a clear mind. That kind of feeling constantly clashed with the mentality of being mature and prudent and seeking stability. What time? Family head Wu's face was gloomy as he said, "The Shangjing clan isn't just asking us to do this. They want to see our attitude. Shangjing will also send people, but they are very cautious and won't leave any evidence behind." The second point is the question of whether or not to take revenge. If the family did not do anything about the death of a member of the family, then what kind of impact would it have on the long-term development of the family? In other words, if any of you died outside, then do you want the family to take revenge for you? Or do you want to raise it up high and let it fall gently? This matter concerns the cohesion of the family. It's not just a matter of justice. Everyone was silent. Family head Wu's complexion changed. After a while, he opened his mouth again and said, "The third point is the concern. If we kills with Xiaoduo, it won't implicate the Wu clan, and there won't be any future troubles. That's naturally the best. Especially now, the underground world is making a move. If we take advantage of the situation and fish in the water, we might not be exposed. However," he emphasized, "once we are exposed, the Wu clan will be gone. Whether or not we can take the risk, we still need to consider it carefully. The above points don't conflict with each other, because every matter would have its own considerations. The family has done this kind of thing many times. However, this time it involves the southern chief, so we have to be cautious. The family has to develop, reproduce, and strengthen. A certain degree of risk is necessary, but it is also necessary to act prudently. When both sides can't take care of each other, we can only choose one side. This is a choice about the survival of the Wu clan." After saying this, family head Wu's face seemed to have aged a little. After all, in his heart, the most important thing was to kill with Xiaoduo. However, he could not consider the survival of the entire family. The higher-ups of the Wu clan were still in a collective silence. No one spoke for a long time. Those who advocated revenge were thinking about the consequences with a heavy face. Those who advocated calmness were also thinking about the cohesion of the family. This question was deeply rooted in everyone's heart. If they died, or if their son died, would the family step in? Would they step in? Would it be revenge? Or would it be the big picture? If they didn't do anything, would the whole family be disappointed? Would it? Everyone was well aware of the answer. Of course, it was a definite answer. However, it was still difficult to choose. Wu Yuntian's father sat on the side with a face full of vicissitudes. After his son's death, the originally handsome middle-aged man's hair had turned white, covering his temples. His face was gloomy, and he still sat there without saying a word. However, the gloominess on his body infected the others. Many people couldn't help but think, if Wu Yuntian was their son, what would they think, what would they do, and what would they choose? Let's hear what the younger generation has to say. The younger generation was called in. Among the top geniuses in the family, there were at least 5 or 6 people who were studying at the Hidden Dragon High School. What do you think about targetings with Xiaoduo? In the Wu clan, Wu Tai, the eldest of the younger generation, expressed his opinion. "I don't agree with killings with Xiaoduo." Behind him, Wu Qing and Wu Yi said, "We don't agree either." The other youths hesitated for a moment and said, "We also feel that we shouldn't target with Xiaoduo." Wu Yuntian's father looked at the younger generation of the family sadly. His gaze fell on Wu Yunhai. Looking at his nephew, the middle-aged man asked in a hoarse voice, "Yunhai, what do you think?" "Me?" Wu Yunhai was stunned. If he could, he wanted to be invisible and not say a word. However, the eyes of the entire Wu clan were focused on his face. This made Wu Yunhai feel a great pressure. He quickly organized his words and said slowly, "Uncle, I think we can look at this matter from 2 perspectives. First, when Zhou Xiaoduo first came to Fenghai, the elders of the family ordered us to befriend Zhou Xiaoduo. At that time, we really wanted to befriend Zhou Xiaoduo, including Wu Qing, Wu Yi, and all of us in the Hidden Dragon High School. That was how we carried out our orders. At the beginning, it was very difficult for us to convince ourselves to let go of the hatred in our hearts and accept a genius with a normal heart. However, When we had already established a relationship with him, we were told that the family's true intention was to kill him. For us, this was another trial. We understood the family's plan, and we also understood the family's considerations, but in terms of our feelings, it was still very difficult for us to accept. Wu Yinhai raised his head and said, "We are not people who would give up everything for brotherly feelings, but at this stage, I personally feel that it is not appropriate to kill Zhuo Xiaoduo. The assassination in the Starlight Mountain Range has already attracted the attention of the Empire's higher-ups. According to our calculations, the number of bounty hunters has already exceeded 10,000, and this is only limited to our calculations. The actual number of people who have come will only be greater. It is too many, and it will definitely trigger the Empire's higher-ups' vigilance." This was what Wu Yinhai said. The Wu clan collectively fell silent. Wu Yuntian's father let out a long sigh. The head of the Wu clan also let out a long sigh. Wu Yinhai thought for a while, then said, "Actually, I feel that uncle and grandfather and all the elders, when considering this matter, perhaps they are a little one-sided and have taken things for granted." "What do you mean?" "In my opinion, the problem now is not whether we kill Zhuo Xiaoduo, but whether we participate in this matter or not." Wu Yinhai said, "Based on the current situation, the entire underground world is dedicated to hunting down Zhuo Xiaoduo, and just this level alone. Forgive me for being blunt. The possibility of the Wu clan successfully killing Zhuo Xiaoduo is infinitely close to zero." These words caused everyone to feel ashamed, but they could not deny that this sentence was true, and it could not be any more true. Wu Yuntian's father's eyes secretly lit up, and he said, "I have an idea." "What idea?" "We can order the people over there to continue to bide their time. If Zhuo Xiaoduo is really seriously injured and we meet him, or if he's captured by us, by that time, it won't be too late to discuss how to deal with him." Everyone was deep in thought. This was the best way to deal with all kinds of changes by sticking to the status quo, and it was also the best way to deal with the situation. The head of the Wu clan said, "Yes, it's decided for now. We won't make a decision yet." After that, he stood up, clasped his hands behind his back, and slowly walked out. When he passed by his son, he stopped, shook his head slightly, and walked out. Down in the Gao clan, the argument was just as intense. But compared to the Wu clan, the Gao clan had reached a consensus in the end. The elders were still arguing, but when it was time for the younger generation to speak, the situation was completely different. Gao Qiao took the initiative to stand up, and she clearly expressed her opposition. "I object to killing Zhuo Xiaoduo, and I object to participating in the bounty on Zhuo Xiaoduo. We will follow the clan's initial instructions, and deliberately get close to Zhuo Xiaoduo and make friends with him." These words were exactly the same as what Wu Yinhai had said. However, the words that followed were completely different. Chapter 618. Gao Qiao's voice was crisp but deep. She said, "I've been in contact with Zhuo Xiaoduo for a while now. Although it hasn't been a long time, I have to say that this kid's personality is very likable. His despicable personality and the way he conducts himself without hiding his intentions make it hard for people to dislike him. When I'm in contact with this person, I often feel angry and amused at the same time. I have the urge to beat him up, but I can't bear to kill him. This is probably one of his characteristics. The second thing is, Zhuo Xiaoduo, besides being an absolute genius, has a deep foundation that no one can compare with. His temperament and perseverance are even more outstanding. Once he grows up, he will definitely be one of the giants of his generation. Based on this point alone, it's worth investing in him for a long time, and we don't have to worry about the investment going down the drain. As long as he's alive, there will be returns. It's better to be friends than enemies. Moreover, he has the support of Chief Nan, many of the principals and higher-ups of the Hidden Dragon High School, and many teachers of the high school. For example, Principal Gu of Watertown No. 1 Middle School is this person's real connections. At least in my opinion, it won't be easy for him to die even if he wants to. If we have a good relationship with Zhuo Xiaoduo, we don't have to worry about the threat of these forces at all. But on the other hand, once we make a move, no matter whether we succeed or fail, we will have to pay the risk of the destruction of our entire family. Speaking of this, Gao Xiao paused. Her eyes were shining. She took a deep breath and finally continued. What I'm going to say next is the future of the family. The greatest future. It's still about Zhuoxiaoduo. What I've said above about Zhuoxiaoduo are all things that can be seen in front of us. It's just a prediction of the gains and losses and the consequences of this reward. But, Gao Qiao emphasized, if we look at it from a long-term perspective, based on Zhuoxiaoduo's level of genius, as long as he makes a little progress, he will definitely become the co-leader of this batch of Hidden Dragon High School students, as well as the students of the previous batch who are currently in grade 2. These words caused everyone to raise their heads abruptly. Their eyes were burning. This was a direction that no one had considered before. And such a leader, no matter if it's in the pugilistic world, in the business world, in the political world, or even at the front lines, there's no need for us to explain how important he is. Even if they don't take special care of us, fighting side by side and making contributions together is also an intangible benefit. Think about it. When these two batches of students obey his orders on the battlefield, obey his orders in the business world, support his decisions in politics, and support the people he supports. In this kind of high martial arts school, especially the genius graduates from the 3 key high schools, as long as they don't die, every one of them will become the leaders of their respective clans in the future. This is an extremely huge circle of interests. And now, with Zhuoxiaoduo, Li Qinglong, Xiang Chong, and Xiang Bing, and the support of Meng Zhongjun and the others, this circle of interest can be confirmed from now on. As long as Zhuoxiaoduo doesn't die, he will definitely become a giant with him as the core in the future. He will gradually grow, stabilize, and take shape. What's more, she emphasized, when that time comes, this circle of interest will definitely have a characteristic of being resolutely exclusive. I don't need to explain the reasons behind this. I believe the elders will naturally understand. The elders of the Gao family nodded slowly. Even Gao Yin'er and Gao Pinger's father frowned and nodded slowly. Gao Qiao's thoughts were unusually clear, and she spoke eloquently. Right now, we're even starting to worry that we won't be able to squeeze into this circle and get on this fast train. That's why when we received the order from our clans, we only wanted to make friends at first. But now, we're working hard, trying to break into this circle and become established members of this circle. Many people are rejecting us and competing with us because we're not in Class 1. We're not Zhuoxiaoduo's natural team. Every time we come into contact with Zhuoxiaoduo, there will always be people from Class 1 who will come to interrupt us. It's always like this. How can it be unintentional and accidental? Perhaps the current students of Class 1 don't understand their own mentality because of their lack of experience. They can't recognize the huge benefits involved in this. They don't know how much of the cake one more person will take. But for those of us who have been educated about the interests of our clans for many years, we've long understood the reason behind this. This is a kind of mentality. They've already recognized Zhuoxiaoduo as the absolute core. They've already accepted him wholeheartedly and are afraid that others will come and take a share of the cake. It's an instinctive rejection before they realize the gains and losses. That's why our contact has been sabotaged intentionally or unintentionally. But when they grow up a little more, they'll understand the reason we understand now. They'll become completely exclusive. When that time comes, needles won't be able to pierce through, and water won't be able to pour in. Any plans will be too late when that time comes. Now, if you want to enter this circle, you only need to pay with sincerity and friendship. The price can be said to be cheap, but if you want to enter this circle in the future, I'm afraid you'll have to put your life on the line. Countless people's lives will be sacrificed in front of them in order to open up a gap in their hearts. Even so, it may not be useful. Let's not talk about other things. Take Li Qinglong, who follows Zhuoxiaoduo blindly, as an example. Li Qinglong is a person who is resourceful, knowledgeable, and clever. If Zhuoxiaoduo wasn't in Hidden Dragon, Li Qinglong would be another number one genius, the absolute core. But such a person is willing to be Zhuo Xiao's henchman. The reason behind this is extremely terrifying when you think about it carefully. We often joke that Zhuo Xiaoduo actually brought a hairdryer with him when he came to martial arts. However, no one can deny that the value of this hairdryer is unimaginably high. At the very least, it's a leader-level hairdryer. Gao Qiao said a lot in one breath. Her pretty face was a little red. She stopped to catch her breath and said, "Now, we have to keep working hard, keep in touch, keep trying to invest," and even reminds with Xiaoduo of the plan to betray our ancestral home. Only then can we have a slight possibility of entering the circle. But this is only a possibility. He didn't accept it. The way Li Qinglong looks at the Gao family is always deep and unpredictable. I've said so much, and I believe that the elders should understand that Li Qinglong's influence on Zhuo Xiaoduo is huge. It's not something that can be swayed by ordinary people. If at this delicate moment, we have to deal with Zhuo Xiaoduo instead, let's not talk about the consequences of killing him. Even if he doesn't die and comes back alive, with this kind of thing happening, with our current age and experience, we definitely can't face and interact with him like we did when we invested in Zhuo Xiaoduo. In our hearts, whether it's guilt or guilt, it will make our relationship become indifferent again. And that's the same as cutting ourselves out of this circle. It's easy to leave such a circle, but if we want to enter again, it's impossible. At least in my opinion, this is the biggest loss for the family. Speaking of which, if we kill Zhuo Xiaoduo and get revenge, and our whole family is wiped out, we don't have to consider so many things, and we don't have to worry about paying the price. Gao Qiao said, whether it's selfish, public, or from the standpoint of the family, or even from the perspective of the future, we can't do anything about Zhuo Xiaoduo. Not only can we not do anything, but we also have to do our best to rescue him. It's best if a few people die because of this. Gao Qiao took a deep breath and continued talking like a machine gun. Let's do it this way. If someone of the younger generation can enter this circle, we have to hand over a ticket to get out. If we can enter because of this, we'll have a considerable advantage. After all, there was a blood feud between the two sides. Not only did we not take revenge, we didn't hit him when he was down. Instead, many people died trying to rescue him. This is repaying evil with good. Whether it's practical or not, Zhuo Xiaoduo has to be grateful. No matter how heartless Zhuo Xiaoduo is, he knows in his heart that he once killed people from our family. And we didn't take revenge on him. We don't ask for much in return. As long as he thinks this way, in the future, our side will deviate more than others. This is human nature. Generally, people who can become the core of this kind of group have such charisma. And with such a charismatic personality, there was no one who didn't value friendship. Even if it's just on the surface, in order to convince people, he has to act like this. And for us, having such an attitude is enough. It's worth the price of the ticket. This is our biggest advantage. I'm a girl. When I get married in the future, I'll no longer be a member of the Gao family. But now, for the sake of the family, I have to say whatever I want to say, whatever I can think of. After all, the Gao family is my root. It's the one I can rely on. Gao Qiao stood there, frowning. After thinking for a while, she finally said, to sum it up, this bounty on Zhuo Xiaoduo is indeed a great opportunity for the Gao family. It's a chance for us to rise. But the strategy we have to adopt is to rescue, not to kill. As for the ancestral home, there's no need to consider. In fact, because of this, they'll have to pay a heavy price. It's hard to say who will be the rightful heir of the Gao family in the future. I've said what I wanted to say. It had to be said that Gao Qiao's words made the entire senior management of the Gao family fall into deep thought. She was only an 18-year-old girl, but her foresight was so profound that it moved everyone's heart and soul. This was a true strategist. This was the true consideration of the family. All the young men's eyes were filled with admiration. The head of the Gao family, who was the grandfather of Gao Yin'er, who was killed by Zhuo Xiaoduo, was the one who was most insistent on killing Zhuo Xiaoduo. After hearing Gao Qiao's words, the hatred on his face faded, and was replaced by a serious expression of contemplation. The few of you are also in the Hidden Dragon Academy. Do you think that Xiao Er's evaluation of Zhuo is exaggerated? Chapter 619. The other Hidden Dragon High School disciples lowered their heads and pondered, recalling everything related to Zhuo. Finally, they nodded affirmatively. What Xiao said is completely true. Even a little underestimation, not to mention anything else, just this time, Zhuo could attract such an earth-shattering bounty. It's already evident. A Gao disciple laughed self-deprecatingly. I'm now in the 3rd year of the Hidden Dragon High School. But if there's a bounty on me, I reckon, it won't even be worth 1,000th of the bounty on Zhuo. All the youths laughed bitterly. Yes, it's worth money. This is also the value. Master Gao fell into deep thought again. After a long time, he sighed deeply. Today, Xiao really made me look at you in a new light. The Gao family head pondered for a moment, then smiled bitterly and said, but there's one thing you need to consider, and that is, if you want to gain the friendship and reward of such a dragon among men, you'll have to face a path of carnage. If you're on your own and don't ask for too much, you can expect a lifetime of peace. But this kind of person, this kind of core person, will definitely soar into the sky with the wind and clouds in the future. He will definitely not be willing to be ordinary, and it's even more impossible for him to be content with a little wealth. And in the process of soaring into the sky, there will definitely be countless wind, rain, thunder, and lightning. Most likely, the core person will be fine, but his followers will definitely be covered in corpses along the way. You've also read novels, so you naturally understand a principle early on, and that is basically all the main characters have the destiny of being a jinx. Among the people around him, there won't be many who can walk through the wind and rain with him. If you want to walk this path, you have to be prepared. You don't know when your own corpses will pave the way for him. This is the real path of wind and clouds. Gao Xiao smiled sweetly and said, Grandpa, we also have a heart that's unwilling to be ordinary. Master Gao's gloomy face finally revealed a trace of a smile. He turned his head and looked at Gao Yin and Gao Pinger's biological father. His eyes revealed a look of regret. You, what do you think? Gao Yu closed his eyes, the veins on his face, and he was in extreme pain. But he held on, gritted his teeth, and said, Xiao makes sense. I have no objections. Everyone looked at his face and couldn't help but feel sad. Their beautiful twin daughters had died in the hands of someone else, but the family was still trying their best to help this person that as a father. Everyone could imagine how sorrowful it was. However, there was nothing he could do about it. There was no other choice. Pass down my order to the people we've sent out. If anything happens, they are to protect Zhuo at all costs. Patriarch Gao's veins were bulging as he gave the order. Even if we have to all die, we must ensure that Zhuo is safe and sound. Emotionally, he really didn't want to give this order, but logically, this was the right thing to do. Yes, many people's expressions relaxed. I hope that everyone will remember. Patriarch Gao said helplessly. As the victim's family, Gao Yu made the biggest concession and sacrifice in this matter. I'm not speaking up for my son. This matter. Everyone can see it. Rest assured, Patriarch, we will remember it in our hearts. That's it. Patriarch Gao sighed. You come with me. The rest of you, adjourn. That night, the lights in the Gao residence were dim. In the study, Patriarch Gao and Gao Yu sat facing each other and didn't speak for a long time. Finally, Patriarch Gao broke the silence. What happened today? It's still hard for you to accept, right? Gao Yu didn't say anything. He just turned his head to the side with his red eyes. I know you're not feeling good, but I'm not feeling good either. Gao Panyun's gloomy face became even more depressed. If you go back, you won't be able to explain to Yin and Ping mother. If I go back, I won't be able to explain to your mother either. It's the responsibility of a father and an ancestor to avenge his daughter and granddaughter. However, We have no choice but to do this now. Gao Panyun sighed heavily. Gao Yu sniffed. His face was gloomy and his voice was dull, but there was a hint of relief in it. Thinking back, Yin and Ping were too spoiled back then. Their willful and domineering ways in the past often appear in front of me. It's probably because in today's society, the so-called privilege of beautiful women really gives those beautiful girls an illusion. They can get everything they want by acting coquettishly, and the crisis of life and death can be resolved immediately by saying soft words. It's reasonable for them to be at a disadvantage when they suddenly encountered a straight man like Zhuo. Gao Yu's face twisted. I know what's at stake. I also understand that even if they were lucky enough to survive that incident with Zhuo in the future, in the martial world and on the battlefield, this kind of thing is unavoidable. Sigh. Money can't buy anything. It's indeed a wise saying. For so many years, there were many boys born in the Gao family. Naturally, the girls were even rarer and more spoiled. I really don't have much experience in educating girls. Gao Panyun sighed. Each one of them was spoiled as they grew up, unlike the boys. No matter how cute and talented they are, they still learn martial arts from a young age. At this point, the small talk was over, and it came to an end. There had to be an opening remark for the father and son's late-night talk. At this point in time, the future direction of the family is basically set. If Zhuo dies midway, it can't be changed. Once you enter the circle that Xiao mentioned, there's no way out. You'll be labeled. Gao Panyun's face became cold and solemn. He stood up and paced back and forth in the study with his hands behind his back. What's more, after this incident, you'll completely cut off any hope of returning to the ancestral line of the Gao family. From then on, there's only one path to take. Do you understand what I mean? Yes. Gao Yu's expression was pained. It's good that you understand. So, you're destined not to be the next head of the Gao family because you have a grudge against Zhuo for killing your daughter. Gao Panyun practically used up all the strength in his body to say this sentence. Gao Yu's face was wooden. I understand. When Gao Xiao stood up and convinced everyone in the Gao family with her words, Gao Yu realized this very clearly. I'll give up my current position as head of the family after the situation stabilizes. Gao Panyun looked out the window with his hands behind his back. The moon was bright and the wind was clear outside. The bright moon was clear and bright. I'm your father, Yin-er's grandfather. The hatred in my heart is no less than yours. I've also raised Yin-er and Ping since they were young. Even if Zhuo doesn't care, we have to be careful. Since we've decided to stand by his side, we have to be careful at all times. We can't keep this thorn in our ally's heart forever. Since we're going to walk this path, we might as well take one more step and pave the path under our feet first. From now on, the position of head of the family. Gao Yu frowned and asked, I think Gao Xiao will do. Gao Panyun said in a low voice. Gao Yu was shocked. Gao Xiao? She's the second branch. After today's meeting, the current Gao family will no longer have two branches. There's only the future of the Gao family to speak of. Gao Panyun said in a deep voice, you have to always remember that if a family wants to develop, pass on, and last for generations, the most important factor is the sacrifice and compromise between the family members. Yes, although Gao Xiao is a girl, her decisiveness surpasses that of a man. With her breadth of mind and strategy, her future is very promising. Instead of marrying into someone else's family, it's better for such a daughter to stay in the Gao family for a long time. As long as the Gao family gives her the highest authority and the greatest kindness, she'll naturally be able to stay. Gao Panyun said indifferently, so, yes, of course, the younger generation of the family must also be equipped with good assistance. Gao Yu frowned. Father, master, don't you want Xiao to climb onto Zhuo's bed? Gao Panyun frowned and thought for a long time without saying anything. Obviously, Gao Panyun didn't think of this at first. Instead, Gao Yu's words enlightened him and gave him a new idea. After a long time, he said, that bed isn't easy to climb. She might as well not harbor such thoughts. If Zhuo wants to climb onto Qiao or his bed, of course, everyone will be happy to see it happen. But if Qiao wants to climb onto that bed herself, it'll be even more difficult. There'll be thousands of obstacles. If she's not careful, the Gao family will become the target of public criticism. Not fighting is fighting. It's the right time to use it. You must remember this point. The Gao family must stay far away from that bed. If you get it, you'll be happy. If you don't, you won't feel any disappointment. This is a brilliant way to handle things. Gao Panyun said indifferently, "Our Gao family, compared to many other families, has a shallow foundation. If we act rashly, we'll make enemies out of thin air. Once we provoke an unparalleled enemy, we'll be destroyed in a day." Understood. That's all for later. Right now, I asked you to come because I want you to do one thing. Between us, father and son, we must first work through our own thoughts. This is the helplessness of the head of a family, the head of a clan. Gao Panyun smiled bitterly. "I'll go with you to your place now and explain to your wife. With me, I think you'll feel better." He sighed. "But after a while, I'll be the only one left to deal with your mother." Sigh. The father and son were speechless. The moonlight was like water, shining on their faces. There was some relief, some sadness, and some pain. Looking at his father's bent back, the last trace of resentment in Gao Yu's heart finally dissipated. He knew what kind of person his father was. For the sake of the family, he could disregard everything and give up everything. For the sake of the Gao family's longevity, Gao Panyun could sacrifice anyone. Now the time had finally come when he had to sacrifice himself for the Gao family. He was still the same, without hesitation. Chapter 620. Gao Yu looked at his father and sighed inwardly. Although you said you wanted the younger generation to get in touch with Zhuo first to dispel his wariness, did you really not have such thoughts? Were you planning for today's situation? What if Zhuo turned out to be a peerless genius? Gao Yu kept these thoughts in his heart, but did not say them out loud. He knew his father would not say them out loud. This guess would forever remain a guess. Therefore, he would not ask. Starlight Mountains. The Gao family and the Wu family received a call at the same time. The two leaders who answered the call turned around and walked a few steps away. They found a safe area and spoke secretly. A moment later, the two of them turned around, but their expressions were different. "Ha, Brother Wu. What did your family say?" "Brother Gao. What did your family say?" Ha. The two of them laughed at each other. However, it was easy to tell that the Wu family smile was bitter, while the Gao family smile was relaxed. The Wu clan member's mind was filled with confusion. The clan had given a new order, but this order to wait and see was really better off not coming at all. It was no different from not saying anything at all. The Gao family member was also a perceptive person. He instantly understood what was going on. Looking at the Wu family member's stuttering and bitter face, he knew it was nothing good. But this had nothing to do with them. They had given the most thorough and clear instructions. They had to follow the instructions and work together. The Gao family member smiled and saluted with a fist salute. "Brother Wu will part ways here. I'll take my leave first." "Go ahead, Brother Gao." Brother Wu's face was bitter as he watched the Gao family member leave with 7 or 8 people. He could not help but sigh. At this moment, he understood that the other party must have received clear instructions. The family had also made a clear decision. This time, they left directly with their people. The parting of the two families was a clear signal. It was also because of their past relationship that the other party gave him such an obvious hint. "We'll part ways here. I'll take my leave first." Those words, if one thought about it carefully, were infinitely meaningful. Perhaps, the next time they met, they would fight to the death because of Zhuo. But with today's words, no one owes me anything. Instead, I owe someone. Zhuo appeared and disappeared all the way. When there were a lot of people, he would definitely not appear. And when there were a lot of people, he would probably not appear when facing a team with more than 6 people. He would only appear when there were less than 6 people in a team. Meanwhile, Tiandi, Sundi, Moonxing, and Sundi were right behind him, quietly clearing the way. As long as they dared to make a move, he would kill them without mercy, capture them, and interrogate them to find out where they came from. If they were pure bounty hunters, seal their cultivation and throw them aside. They would take them with them when they left. The front lines of the Sun Moon Pass were currently lacking in suicide squads. If these people were to be trained to become a suicide squad, they would be making the best use of their talents. At the very least, they would be reusing trash. The more Zhuo duo drilled out, the denser the assassins he encountered. And he was increasingly shocked by the strength of Tiandi, Sundi, Moonxing, and Sundi. This shock was because the strength of these 5 people was too strong. They were so strong that it was beyond his understanding. They were too strong, but it was also because of this that Zhuo became bolder and bolder. He dared to face the opponents that he originally wanted to avoid. However, this was something that Tiandi and the others were happy to see. To them, everyone who was gathered here was trash. They were all trash that could not withstand a single blow. Their attacks were like killing a chicken with a butcher's knife. There was really no need to be too careful. It was more important to push forward at full speed and end the situation as soon as possible. They were the 5 generals personally trained by Monarch Zhaixing, the 5 personal guards of the Heavenly King of the Right. Finally, Tiandi's voice sounded in Moon's ears. The assassins of the Wei family in Shangjing have been caught. She immediately replied, "Are there still people from his families?" She replied, "They are all in single contact." Then let's continue. The most important thing this time is not those big families, but the people of the UMNO Alliance. Finding the person who set this trap for the UMNO Alliance is the most important thing. Only then will this situation be meaningful. Understood. Things were progressing smoothly. Zhuo continued to tiptoe. There was nothing wrong with being careful. It was naturally a good thing to have a strong backer. But if he showed off too much, if he was ambushed and the 5 people behind him couldn't save him in time, wouldn't he be dead? So it was better to be careful when it was necessary. At the edge of an ironwood forest, Zhuo had just poked his head out. On the mountain in front of him, 4 people soared up like vultures and flew down. The 4 of them joined forces, and their power was astonishing. The 2 sides hadn't met yet, and their attacks were far from reaching him. Zhuo already felt out of breath and hurriedly ran back. But he still felt like his back had been hit by a battering ram, and his whole body was thrown back like an ingot. Behind him, Yu rushed out. His face was covered, and he blocked all the follow-up attacks. The aftershock from the previous attack was intentional, and he let it hit Zhuo's back firmly. This attack was not fatal, but it was enough to let this kid know that there were countless experts in this world. In the eyes of a real expert, it was just a joke. Otherwise, you would feel suffocated when he saw that this kid was becoming more and more like a sightseeing tour. Although this was the situation that they were most happy to see, that the 4 people in this wave of attack were all experts in the truest sense of the word, experts. Therefore, even though Zhuo's cultivation had increased tenfold, he still couldn't withstand a single aftershock. However, he was 1 against 4, and his body was as agile as the wind. In an instant, the 4 of them were at a disadvantage. But these 4 people's reactions were lightning fast. They responded with both attack and defense, and were not taken down by you immediately. But the difference in their actual strength was like heaven and earth. Under Yu's tyrannical attack, the 4 of them were all shocked, and they all used their trump cards to resist stubbornly. The Morning Blade, Chain Hammer, Ghost Head Spike, Poison Tooth Whip, and many other strange weapons were all used. The wind whistled, and dust filled the sky. Their power increased tremendously. Yu's eyes shone brightly. He had found one. These 4 people were the 4 people who had intercepted and killed Vice Principal Liu back then. This was really a case of searching high and low for something, and finding it without any effort. They were one of the main targets of this plan. All of a sudden, Yu spread open her hands, and a hazy and clear radiance appeared. A clear and cold crescent moon appeared above Yu's head. The light was boundless, and it illuminated the universe. The four people were shocked. The five supremes on the right. Supremacy, you? Suddenly, they screamed and retreated. This is a misunderstanding. Their expressions were full of fear and shock. There is no misunderstanding. There is no misunderstanding. Supremacy, you attacked aggressively, and the crescent moon blade in his hand moved back and forth. The cold light of the blade came in waves, like the moonlight shining on the waves of the sea, endless. The four people staggered and tried their best to resist, but they could not. They were no match to begin with. And after knowing the identity of the other party, they were even more unwilling to continue fighting. They kept looking around to see which direction they could escape to. Escaping as soon as possible was the most important thing. But with this distraction, they fell into an absolute disadvantage. Bang, 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 but the three people were kicked one after another. And at the same time, the light of the crescent moon blade swept past their thighs, and after a chill, their blood was boiling. The three people's legs had been cut off by the crescent moon blade. Another person screamed and turned into a rainbow, rushing out. You ignored him and attacked like the wind. He dislocated the shoulders of the three injured people, opened their jaws, pulled out their tendons, crushed their dantian, sealed their meridians, and applied medicine on their thighs, that the whole set of actions was done smoothly and smoothly. The person who had escaped had just rushed out 200 meters, and a vast starry sky appeared in front of him. Supremacy, you. This person's voice was stuck in his throat, and his eyes were full of despair. Two of the five most powerful supremacies under the heavenly king of the right actually came this time. This person was so aggrieved that he almost shed tears. How big is this? Why do I have to trouble you two supremacies? Don't you think too highly of us? Now that I've been caught, I can't hide what happened back then anymore. Dealt with a look of despair. The moment his body was sent flying, he bit down with his teeth that cracked at what he bit was a steel-like big hand. Supremacy, you put one hand in his mouth, and with a clever twist, the lower jaw fell off at once. He laughed sinisterly. If I can make you commit suicide in a one-on-one fight, wouldn't that be the biggest joke? Don't I have my pride? Similarly, he crushed his dantian, searched his meridians, sealed his brain, broke his shoulder. This series of processes was very familiar. Then, he picked that person up. It was the four of you who tried to kill Vice Principal Liu at the Sun Moon Pass, right? Who are these people? We're not in a hurry. Let's play slowly. The four of you, please hold on for a while longer. Don't confess so quickly. I like to play with good men the most in my life. Remember to hold on for a few more postures. Let me have fun. With a sinister laugh, he threw the four people together. They were brothers, so they had to be neat and tidy. Now, none of the four brothers were missing. None of them could be missing. Where's that kid? He ran away. Ran away? It's okay. Sun followed him. That's good. One is scorching sun, and the other is Sunday. They are a match made in heaven. Huh. How many have we caught? With these four people, almost 300. Damn, that's still early. We've caught more than 20 of the UMNO Alliance's assassins. I don't know if we can get anything out of them. 2 of the targets have been completed. When all the targets appear, we'll escort them back directly and end this farce in the Starry Mountains. It's impossible to catch all of them. There are too many people. There must be a trade-off. Understood. Where's heaven and earth? In front. These 2 people look more nervous than the 3 of us. When Zhuoshaoduo came out, he looked around and found that the surroundings were very familiar. It was a scene of devastation and destruction everywhere. This is the Snake Valley. Chapter 6:21. Zhuoshaoduo had been fleeing in a panic and had actually run all the way to the Snake Valley. However, what surprised Zhuoshaoduo the most was that, after running for a while, the burning pain in his chest and the internal injuries in his body seemed to have healed. This. Besides the great improvement in his cultivation, his physical fitness and self-healing had also improved. This was not bad. At this time, the 2 people who had been flying all the way here were facing off against Zhuoshaoduo. In the Snake Valley, there were many cold attribute spirit plants. There were also countless types of poisonous snakes, which were of great benefit to practitioners who practiced the dark attribute cultivation method. Previously, the Snake Valley was guarded by the Snake King and was a place of great danger. However, the self-detonation of the Snake King by the fifth snake, venerated god reigning realm, caused considerable damage to the Snake King and also caused the entire Snake Valley to be heavily damaged. It almost completely collapsed and no longer looked the same. The two people opposite Zwishauduo were two of the three ghosts of Yellow Spring, Hang Ghost and Drown Ghost. They practiced the underworld attribute techniques. Although the other ghost, Hungry Ghost, had fallen at the hands of the Centipede Queen, and they left helplessly, not even daring to collect the corpse. Their hearts were full of sorrow, but they still had to live, so they wandered around the Starry Mountains. Although they did not find Zwishauduo, they accidentally found the devastated Snake Valley, which had a lot of things they needed. The two brothers had plundered this place ruthlessly, and their strength was quite good. They had almost beaten up all the poisonous snakes in the Snake Valley. It could be said that they had gained a lot and returned with a full load. If Zwishauduo wasn't included, they would definitely be the first to receive a share of the profits from this single vote. However, the two brothers did not expect that just as they came out, they would meet a big treasure, Zwishauduo. Zwishauduo! Hanged Ghost's eyes were shining, and his face was full of surprise. They had gained a lot in the Snake Valley and thought that their luck had turned from bad to good. Now that they had bumped into Zwishauduo, how could they not be overjoyed? When Zwishauduo saw that it was the two of them, he immediately screamed and ran away. Even though his strength had greatly improved, he was still no match for two god-reigning cultivators at the same time. That bounty? Where do you think you're going? The two ghosts of Hades and Spring caught up in an instant. The drowned ghost was the first to notice and reacted the fastest. He activated his movement skill and rushed forward. His body flashed, and he was already above Zwishauduo. His face was full of excitement. His right hand, like a ghost claw, grabbed at the air. Awesome! That's great! With this grab, spiritual energy transformed into a blade, and with a kacha, it surrounded everything. Then, without landing on the ground, he grabbed his head and flew away. There was no need to slow down. Boss was at the back, carrying Zwishauduo's corpse while he was at it. Then, the two brothers could immediately retreat and collect their rewards. Indeed, there was a saying in a poem. Those who are blessed need not worry, for a windfall from the sky will naturally come to them. The wind howled, and the might of this grab was fully displayed. It actually produced a sonic boom, but what happened next made the drowned ghost's face turn even paler than the real drowned ghost. In front of him was Zwishauduo's head. He dared to say that he was 100% sure that he would be able to grab it. That was why he used all his strength. But at the last moment when he grabbed Zwishauduo's scalp, the bald head in front of him suddenly disappeared. In its place was a strange object with thin, sharp spikes all around it that flickered with a dim yellow light. It was round like a sun, and it was radiating light. It was a cold, eerie light. The drowned ghost clawed viciously at the spikes of the sun ring. Puff! The sharp spikes effortlessly pierced through his palm that was filled with true yuan without any hindrance. They pierced through flesh and bone. The spikes protruded from the back of his hand. It was a supreme-grade divine weapon that could ignore spiritual energy defense. A pair of gloomy eyes looked into the drowned ghost's eyes. The sun spun slightly, and the person asked indifferently, "Does it feel good?" Ouch! The drowned ghost screamed, but because of this injury, he instantly understood the identity of the other party. He screamed miserably and fearfully, "Re. Lord Re." Lord Re was furious. He grabbed the drowned ghost and slapped him until his meridians were all broken. "You motherfucker. You can fuck me once, but you still dare to fuck me." He casually dislocated the drowned ghost's lower jaw. The drowned ghost's strength was not bad. Although he was still far from being Lord Re's opponent, he would not be defeated so miserably in one move. It was really because Lord Re had chosen the right time to enter the battle. The moment the drowned ghost was about to grab Zwishauduo, He felt that he was about to succeed. Just as he was feeling complacent, Lord Reese suddenly intervened and caught him off guard. He was like a snake that passed by in front of him, aiming for his vital point. The drowned ghost cultivation was not as good as the person's. His speed was not as good as the person's, and coupled with his carelessness, he was naturally crippled. On the other side, Hang Ghost, who had also seen this scene, was almost scared out of his wits. He desperately tried to stop the momentum of rushing forward. However, he was in midair and had just rushed forward at full speed. Even though he tried his best to stop, the momentum of rushing forward was hard to stop. He screamed, "Lord Ree, we did not mean to offend you, we." Lord Ree did not seem to hear him. The sun wheel that had just crippled one of the drowned ghost's hands suddenly flew over. As it rotated, it emitted thousands of rays of golden light. The abundant and irresistible power instantly enveloped Hang Ghost. "Since you are a ghost, don't come to the human world," Lord Ree shouted coldly. His body had already turned into dozens of shadows surrounding Hanged Ghost. Pung 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 that the two exchanged 7 to 8 moves in midair. It was only the time of 2 blinks of an eye. Hanged Ghost spurted out a mouthful of blood and flew out like a broken sack. His back slammed heavily into a tree and bounced back to fall to the ground. His body was dripping with blood, constantly flowing out. His legs had already been cut off by the sun wheel. At his dantian, there was a clear and eye-catching palm print. His thick and deep royal god cultivation had already been slapped away. With Lord Ree's cultivation, if he really wanted to kill him, how would he need to use 7 to 8 moves? The reason he had spent so much effort was to capture him alive. Hang Ghost's lower jaw hung limply by his mouth. His mouth was wide open and could not be closed. Lying on the ground, his eyes looked at the sky in despair. For some reason, he suddenly thought of the day when the 3 brothers had become sworn brothers. That day, it was drizzling and apricot flowers were dancing. The fragrance overflowed and refreshed the heart. The 3 of them were excited and knelt down at the same time. "The 3 of us have become sworn brothers. From now on, we will share weal and woe, and rely on each other in life and death. We do not wish to be born in the same year, same month, and same day. We wish to die in the same year, same month, and same day." The oath that day, for some reason, had become exceptionally clear today, hundreds of years later. It was as if the 3 of them had gathered together again and recited this oath. Hanged Ghost made meaningless sounds from his throat, as if he wanted to laugh at himself, but failed to do so. All these years, the faces of the people that the 3 of them had casually killed seemed to have gathered together at this moment and rushed towards him. Hanged Ghost laughed coldly, wanting to say a few harsh words to show that he was not afraid. "Ha!" A slap landed on his face. "Want to die? Is this the final radiance of the setting sun? You haven't said anything and you want to die so easily? Let me tell you, there is no such thing in this world. I spent so much effort to capture you. Do you think I will allow you to die so easily?" Saying so, a pill was already stuffed into Drowned Ghost's mouth. Hanged Ghost closed his eyes, completely disheartened. Closing his eyes was the only action he could do right now. After Lord Ree finished dealing with Hanged Ghost, he turned around and grabbed Drowned Ghost's body. However, he felt that something was wrong. Taking a closer look, the ring on Drowned Man's left ring finger was gone. "Fuck! This little bastard!" Lord Ree turned around in rage, only to discover that Zhuoxiaoduo had already disappeared without a trace. "Fuck, he even dares to steal my spoils of war." Lord Ree had a headache. This brat was clearly fearless. Relying on the fact that he did not dare to do anything to him, he was getting more and more unscrupulous. Now he had already started to climb all over his face, even daring to steal the interspatial ring. "I'm so angry." Zhuoxiaoduo ran all the way, hurriedly walking, and another ring came into his hand. "Now, the number of interspatial rings that I have seized has already risen to 488. This number is really encouraging. Looks like there is still hope of collecting 500. Zwishaoduo was very happy in his heart. He did not touch any of the interspatial rings that he had obtained. He was waiting to go back and slowly tidy them up bit by bit. Regarding the sorting of the interspatial rings, isn't there Li Chenglong? Let Swollen clean them up for me, tidy them up and sort them out, then I will keep them in the warehouse. As long as I can deduct a fraction of his debt as service fee, Swollen will definitely be overjoyed. Zwishaoduo's range of activity was getting bigger and bigger now. After all, he had 5 invincible super bodyguards. His safety was definitely not an issue. After a series of encounters, although the upper limit of the 5 strength was still beyond his knowledge, but from the results of their battle with the 2 Huangquan demons, their strength was really ridiculously high. It was enough to crush all the people and forces in the Starlight Mountain Range. After confirming this situation, Zwishaoduo could not help but become more and more unrestrained. Facing 6 people at once, the kind with high cultivation. Then I'll retreat, and the bodyguard will take over. He'll kill while I'll pick them up. I can probably steal 2 rings. Just now, there were only 2 enemies, so I can only take one at most. As for returning the rings to Ryu Xing and the rest, Zwishaoduo had never thought of this idea. I picked them up with my own ability, so why should I return them? Moreover, you didn't make it clear that I was not allowed to pick up things in advance. I, Zwishaoduo, have always been a reasonable person, not an unreasonable person. With this thought in mind, Zwishaoduo, who had gained more and more, was in a better mood. But at the same time, the pressure in his heart was also increasing little by little. Chapter 622. This was because Zwishaoduo realized that most of the enemies that he encountered later on were people that he couldn't handle. Even though his cultivation had improved greatly, he still couldn't handle them. Previously, everything had been smooth sailing. He could even kill Cloud Transformation Realm cultivators when he caught them off guard. Even in a head-on battle, there were already a few Cloud Transformation Realm cultivators who had died at the hands of Zwishaoduo. However, when he encountered a nascent Soul Transformation Realm cultivator, Zwishaoduo almost couldn't defeat him. If he hadn't recognized the situation in time and used his trump card to turn the situation around, he would have been defeated. Through this unexpected battle, Zwishaoduo realized that he wasn't the only one who knew how to compress his true core strength to obtain a stronger cultivation base. Everyone wanted to have a broader future in the martial arts path. Taking the nascent Soul Transformation Realm cultivator from before as an example, Zwishaoduo estimated that this guy had stepped onto the thorny road at least 6 times. He had suppressed his true core strength at least 4 or 5 times in the embryonic breathing realm. He had even suppressed his true core strength several times in the primordial elixir realm. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been so difficult to deal with. Such a nascent Soul Transformation Realm cultivator was already like Zwishaoduo, who could easily fight those of a higher level. It had to be said that the previous battle was quite a shock to Zwishaoduo. When he suddenly encountered someone who was alone, Master Yu also reminded him that the person was a nascent Soul Transformation Realm cultivator. Then, Zwishaoduo rushed forward. In the end, when the long swords of both parties collided, Zwishaoduo was directly pushed back. However, the other party only swayed a little. That was all. Regarding this result, Zwishaoduo couldn't believe it at first. He felt that it was inconceivable. I can even kill a Cloud Transformation Realm cultivator. How can I lose to a Shao Soul Transformation Realm cultivator? However, reality was cruel. Although in the end, Zwishaoduo relied on the strong combination of sword techniques, divine weapons, and hidden weapons to take down the opponent without using his ultimate trump card, the Big Hammer. The process wasn't smooth sailing. It was full of ups and downs, and he was half dead from exhaustion. In addition, his body was full of injuries. If he didn't have a bodyguard by his side, Zwishaoduo definitely wouldn't have dared to do this. Doing such a thing was tantamount to delivering themselves into the hands of others. There are so many talents in the world. What a pity. In the end, you're still not as good as me, the great genius. Zwishaoduo sighed. Supremacy Yu was disgusted by the sight. and the urge to beat someone up increased. Tian Wujiang was alone, and his whereabouts were exceptionally mysterious. His current whereabouts were already close to Zhou Xiaoduo's level of mystery. There was no other way. He suspected that everyone he met now might be from Shui City No. 1 Middle School. They were all here to assassinate him. He didn't dare to trust anyone. He had been sneaky all the way, and he still had to concentrate to look for Zhou Xiaoduo. It could be said that Tian Wujiang was the most diligent person in the search for Zhou Xiaoduo. For so many days, he had been searching without sleep or rest. As the old saying goes, Kung Fu pays off for those who work hard. Tian Wujiang, who was lurking in the shadows, almost cried tears of joy when he saw the bald man sneaking around. He lamented that the heavens had eyes and treated him well. Zhou Xiaoduo is here. I've been waiting for him. I've finally been waiting for him. Tian Wujiang held his breath and waited quietly. He had to catch him firmly, and he had to succeed as soon as possible. Then he would immediately flee. Boss, there's someone lurking in front. He's an expert. Xiao Long took the initiative to report the news. He's at that rocky beach in the forest. Zhou Xiaoduo indicated that he understood. Then he muttered in a low voice, "There's a ghost at that rocky beach in front. Why do I feel that it's not like that?" Supremacy's son, who was following him with his divine sense, couldn't help but be stunned. Rocky beach in front? It's still dozens of miles away. How did you find it? Feeling? Is there such a sensitive feeling in this world? Am I too ignorant and inexperienced? However, he would rather believe it than not. There had been too many exclamations from this bastard kid. He immediately used his divine sense to check what was going on. With this look, he naturally saw Tian Wujiang lying there quietly. His whole body was disguised in the same color as the surroundings. If one didn't look carefully, they wouldn't be able to see it. However, Supremacy Sun's cultivation was much higher than Tian Wujiang's. He saw it with a glance. Not only did he see it, he also recognized the person's true identity. Isn't this the person Gu Qianfan wants to kill? Supremacy Sun muttered in his heart. Should I kill him? Should I capture him? This guy is now the target of Gu Qianfan's students. If I capture and kill him like this, I'm afraid that old man will turn around and find trouble with me. He pondered as he slowly approached. Sure enough, when he saw Zhou Xiaoduo getting closer and closer, Tian Wujiang couldn't wait to rush out. Zhou Xiaoduo! Ah! Damn! No! Supremacy's son slapped him away. He was plastered on the side of the mountain like paste. Blood directly splashed out in a range of 17 to 18 meters. After pausing for 2 seconds, he stared in disbelief and slid down like noodles. Humph! I'll spare your life. Supremacy Sun snorted coldly. Just treat it as me reducing the difficulty for the students of Water City First High School. Gu Qianfan, that old man's temper is not to be trifled with. I'll leave it to him. What a pity, just as he was about to leave. However, Zhou Xiaoduo rushed over like a gust of wind and took the interspatial ring from the dying Tian Wujiang's hand. He said apologetically, "You're already injured like this. I don't think you'll need it anymore. Give it to me. I'll help you do good deeds and build bridges and roads." Tian Wujiang wanted to roar. Who said I don't need it? I'm injured. You took away my space ring. Are you going to treat me? I've never repaired a bridge or paved a road in my life. I don't need it. But when he opened his mouth, only a ball of blood gushed out. He couldn't roar a single word. Zhou Xiaoduo wiped the blood on the ring with Tian Wujiang's sleeve and then naturally put it into his pocket. He said sincerely to Tian Wujiang, "Take care." Tian Wujiang looked at him with grief and indignation. He was so angry that he couldn't breathe and fainted. Damn you, you took it all away. How can I take care of myself? How can I take care of myself? Supremacy's son couldn't help but look at Zhou Xiaoduo with a strange expression. This kid, this style of doing things, this feeling of being so poor that he went crazy. It actually reminded Supremacy's son of a legendary figure that hadn't appeared for a long time. This style of doing things was simply of the same origin. No, it should be said that compared to that person back then, this one in front of him seemed to be a little lacking. His experience, realm, and eyesight were still lacking that he carefully observes was Xiao's appearance. His eyebrows, his face, this charm. His Supremacy Sun sucked in a breath of cold air. It can't be? Zhuo Xiaoduo scratched his head. Seeing Supremacy Sun staring at him with wide eyes, he couldn't help but reveal a shy smile. Uncle, what are you looking at? It was a bashful smile. He really gave off the feeling of being cultured, refined, and courteous that Supremacy Sun instantly combined this face with a certain gentle and refined and handsome face in his memory. He couldn't help but shudder, saying in a trembling voice, "You flatter me. You flatter me." Zhuo Xiaoduo was taken aback when he heard this. What kind of reaction is this? With your cultivation and strength, what is there that you don't dare to accept? Only the heavens knew that Supremacy Sun's heart was already in his throat. Heavenly King of the Right's reaction, Patriarch Nan of the South, is protecting him. My brain is really muddled with soy sauce. How could I not think of this? But even if he thought of it now, he didn't dare to say it. Just as Heavenly King of the Right had said, if I could tell you his identity, wouldn't I have told you long ago? Mummy, Supremacy Sun was on tenterhooks. No wonder. No wonder. But he was really curious. That person, he wasn't young anymore, right? He hadn't come up with anything for so many years. Why? Did this thing suddenly appear? He couldn't help but sigh. The old ancestors' proverb really didn't lie. As the saying goes, dragons give birth to dragons, phoenixes give birth to phoenixes, the son of a mouse knows how to dig holes. Sure enough, the son of a Pishio is also a money grubber that after leaving, Tian Wujiang quietly opened his eyes. After confirming that he was safe, he finally let out a sigh of relief. It's good that he didn't die. If he didn't die, everything would come to an end. But he still couldn't understand. Why did Supremacy Sun want to protect Zhuo Xiaoduo? If he knew that there was Supremacy Sun protecting him, only a fool would come. That was seeking death. And Supremacy Sun didn't kill him? Could it be because of Guqi and Fan? Tian Wujiang was not a fool. He immediately thought of the reason. Damn it, he's treating me as a whetstone. Tian Wujiang didn't know whether he was sad or happy. Happy because he had temporarily saved his life and there was still room for him to live. Sad because, sooner or later, he would be stabbed. That Hidden Dragon High School and the rest had already met up with the people from Water City First High School. Even Grandma Sure had returned to the team and gathered together with Wen Xingtian, Vice Principal Chung, and the rest. Now, a large group of people was looking for Zhuo Xiaoduo in the entire Starlight Mountain Range. They had already circled around the Three Demon Kings area several times. But under the deliberate instructions of Ri, Yu, and Xing, they had all avoided them in advance. If they met those people in advance, first, there wouldn't be many assassins who would dare to come. Second, there would be a large-scale battle. Of course, they weren't afraid, but Hidden Dragon High School and Water City First High School would definitely have casualties. Of course, there was a third point. Hidden Dragon High School would strictly protect this guy and even directly send him back. That way, this plan would be abandoned halfway and couldn't be completed. So, they didn't let Zhuo Xiaoduo meet up with them. And Zhuo Xiaoduo was also happy to have a super bodyguard following him, allowing him to take the opportunity to make a fortune. And on the other side, Qin Fangyang had already rushed into the Starlight Mountain Range. Blood splattered under his sword. He had already killed several groups of bounty hunters and was searching all the way to the Three Demon Kings Valley. Yi Changqing and the rest looked around in circles, but they couldn't find him. They couldn't even find a clue. Occasionally, they would clearly hear the sound of fighting, but when they ran over, there was nothing. This kind of thing happened many times. Everyone came to a realization. This guy isn't deliberately hiding from us, is he? Looking for monthly votes, recommendation tickets, and subscriptions. Tomorrow is my birthday. Cough. Maybe I don't have much time to write. I'll write tonight and update tomorrow morning. Chapter 6:23. Everyone from Hidden Dragon High School frowned, thinking about Zhuo Xiaoduo's usual behavior. He was crafty and eccentric, as naughty as a monkey, and as cheap as a bitch. The possibility of him hiding from everyone was very high. That little bastard. Wait till I catch him. I'll beat him half to death. When Xingtian had already cursed this sentence thousands of times in the past few days, he was getting more and more exasperated. In the end, when he opened his mouth, everyone could guess what he was going to say. They even took the initiative to say, being his class teacher is so fucking tiring. Sigh. Everyone rolled their eyes at this. If you're so fucking tired, give it to us. But you won't let us. You have the face to call Zhuo Xiaoduo cheap. It's all your fault. Look for the area in front. If there's nothing, let's go back to the mountaintop and wait. Yi Changqing smiled bitterly. This kid. I don't know where he got his trump card from. He actually dares to play like this. In the previous few battles, his opponents were definitely not ordinary. That kid must have something to rely on, otherwise he wouldn't be like this. That was the reason. This was already a consensus that Zhuo Xiaoduo was definitely not in danger. If not, with this kid's cowardly personality, he wouldn't dare to be so arrogant. Therefore, although they couldn't find him now, they were more and more relieved. The mountain here collapsed. When Xingtian looked at the collapsed mountain peaks on both sides and studied for a while, this should be the time when the Centipede King was playing with the ring, right? I remember it was here. Yi Changqing nodded, indicating that he didn't remember wrongly. The Centipede King just finished a battle. This place collapsed. This place just collapsed. There shouldn't be any signs. Even if Zhuo Xiaoduo dug a hole again, he wouldn't choose to dig here. Everyone glanced at it and lost interest. Might as well find a few unlucky people to rob the rich and give to the poor. They turned around and were about to leave. Suddenly, Grandma Shi's gaze froze, and she said in a low voice, "Wait. There. Why does it seem like there's movement? Something seems to be coming out from the ground?" Everyone turned around. Sure enough, they saw that the ground over there was a faint movement, very light. It was as if something was trying hard to get out, but it didn't have enough strength. Seeing the strange situation in front of him, when Xingtian had an idea. His eyes lit up, and he quickly made a hand gesture. Voice transmission. Everyone slowly retreated, but naturally formed a large circle. Their gazes were all focused on the center area, the pile of rocks, the ground that was writhing in the pupa. That when Xingtian's expression was unprecedentedly solemn. He suppressed his voice and said, "Everyone, pay attention. It's very likely that Zhuo Xiaoduo caused that time. It caused the foundation of this place to become unstable and collapsed. Then the mountain collapsed and the earth cracked. The underground is moving. It should be some kind of heavenly treasure that's going to transcend the power of the earth and come into being." Everyone held their breaths, but after thinking about it carefully, they all felt that what Xingtian said was very reasonable. "Be careful. Don't let the treasure escape." When Xingtian commanded calmly, "Something that can come out of the ground like this should be an extraordinary treasure. Even if it already has spiritual intelligence, I wouldn't be too surprised." Everyone's breathing suddenly quickened, and their gazes became more and more heated. There was a possibility that it was a heavenly treasure with spiritual intelligence. This was a legendary treasure. Not to mention possessing it. Even if they could only see it once, it would be a great opportunity that was hard to come by. If it really was, then this time, the Hidden Dragon High School would be rich as time went on. The ground shook more and more, and the movement became more and more intense. If when Xingtian hadn't warned everyone in advance and set up a soundproof barrier outside, this movement would inevitably be noticed by the outside world. Everyone looked on helplessly as they saw a lot of rocks being arched up and rolling down from the side. At this time, a large piece of the ground had already bulged out. Even Yi Changqing was a little moved. Could it be that a heavenly treasure was really coming into being? This movement was really not small. But why didn't they smell the unique fragrance of a heavenly treasure that underground? At this time, the four swords of the Way of the King were already exhausted and could die at any time. They had been buried underground for several days, and they had also been poisoned by the Centipede Queen. Their strength was 99% gone, and they were almost unable to move. Even if they had used up all the medicinal pills and spirit water that could be used to treat injuries and poison in their spatial rings, and helped each other to scrape off the rotten parts of their bodies with sharp blades that every one of them scraped until their bones creaked, and they were sweating profusely. Those who were scraped were also sweating profusely. It wasn't easy to get rid of all the poison, but the four of them had lost more than half of their lives. After recovering a little, they began to plot to get out. But at this time, they were all exhausted and didn't have much strength to rush out. They could only continue to circulate and recuperate underground, hoping to recover a little before doing anything else. Fortunately, the poison was gone, and the density of spiritual energy in the Starlight Mountain range wasn't low. After a period of recuperation, their strength finally recovered a little. It wasn't that they didn't want to continue recuperating, but they had already used up all the medicine, and their injuries couldn't be controlled by recuperation alone. That was why they dug with all their might. It was a pity that when they were in Zwishauduo, in order to be safe, they went very far underground. Later on, they dug wantonly, making this hole extremely deep. Now that they didn't have much strength, it was easier said than done to escape. The pitiful four great Imperial God experts could only rotate in groups of two and use strength that they didn't even care about in the past to break through bit by bit. During this period, they were so tired that they vomited blood more than once that this was the first time in their lives that they were in such a miserable state. When I go back this time, I will definitely recuperate well. I won't take on any missions for 3 years. No, 5 years. Second brother was panting and sweating profusely. He desperately urged the remaining spiritual energy in his dantian to push himself up. Me too. I don't want to come out for the rest of my life. Third brother used all his strength to push himself up. I've never done this kind of work in my life. It's so damn suffocating. Eldest brother and fourth brother, who had been temporarily replaced, were lying below, panting weakly. Fourth brother, where are those spatial rings that you want to get? Third brother was so tired that he wanted to die. He suddenly remembered there should be a lot of healing materials in there. Let's look for them and use them first. Fourth brother wanted to cry, but had no tears. I didn't get anything. I only grabbed a handful of air. As soon as he said this, the other 3 people were stunned. You didn't get anything? You said you didn't get anything? They had been struggling on the line of life and death for the past few days, so they had really neglected that matter. But when they thought about it occasionally, they were still full of motivation. There were so many spatial rings. They should go back and divide them. There should be a lot of good stuff. This trip was not in vain. It was worth it. Although fourth brother didn't mention this matter before, they thought that they were exhausted and didn't have the energy to break the restriction on those spatial rings. But when they heard fourth brother's words, the other 3 people were stunned. They even stopped digging. That was their last hope. You fucking said you only grabbed a handful of air? Can air be eaten? What happened? When I grabbed it, all I got was a handful of soil. Fourth brother's face was twisted. How is that possible? We clearly saw you grab a big hole. The 3 people were shocked. If I really grabbed it, why would I need to grab that big hole? Fourth brother was very sullen. The 3 brothers looked at him with puzzled eyes. This kind of feeling was really terrible. I really didn't get anything. The moment I grabbed it, the bottom collapsed. I was so determined to grab it, but I grabbed nothing. I was stunned for a moment. That was why I was hit by the centipede queen's venom. I sacrificed my blood essence to substitute, but I didn't get anything. For a moment, the 3 of them expressed that they didn't want to talk. They wanted to be alone. Damn it, that after all this time, it was not just a waste of effort. It should be said that this was called going for wool without sparing the rice. Suddenly, the 4 people's motivation to dig up decreased a lot. They had been brothers for so many years. They didn't suspect that fourth brother wanted to take it all for himself. In fact, they had seen more wealth than this. Didn't they split it so easily? Therefore, there was no doubt that he wanted to take it all for himself. However, the depression of not getting anything and being heavily injured in their hearts was like a tidal wave. What the fuck did they come here for this time? Kills with Shauduo? They didn't even seize with Shauduo. get some heaven and earth treasures? They didn't even get a single blade of grass. They hid like rats for a few days. Then, they went to the Centipede Queen's place and launched a surprise attack. Then, the four of them were almost wiped out. Damn it! Eldest brother was indescribably depressed. When did we, the four swords of the way of the king, do such a stupid thing? The four brothers didn't even have the mood to talk. Hurry up and dig. Let's leave this place as soon as possible. Go home and rest well. I realize that no matter where I am, it's not as comfortable as my bed at home. Yeah, there are so many people on your bed. White and soft, And speaking of which, that Origin Core Realm girl last time was really... How? Tell me in detail? It had to be said that the recovery ability of men was quite strong. No matter how big the blow was, as long as they talked about dirty jokes, they would immediately be energized. Their eyes would shine and they would drool. After a round of nonsense, the four of them finally regained some vitality. Even the speed of their work became faster and faster. Fourth brother was the most seriously injured. Moreover, he had lost his blood essence. He moaned and scolded. Stop. Stop talking. I'm up. I'm up. It's even more uncomfortable. It hurts so much. There are wounds everywhere. The three above laughed and talked even more enthusiastically. Finally, they were almost out of the ground. They could even see a faint light. Let's work harder. We'll be out soon. We'll escape. The four of them were somewhat excited. Eldest brother went down and tied fourth brother on his back. As long as they could get out, the brothers could enjoy it for a few years first. With the strength of the brothers, as long as they rested for a few years, they would be able to recover some of their energy. It was good to be able to survive. Above. When Xingtian and the other hidden dragon martial artists looked at the ground slowly rising, their eyes became brighter and brighter. It's out. Chapter 624. On the ground, the rocks were rolling. The thing underneath was exerting its strength. Rumble after rumble, wallala. Slowly. Everyone began to feel that something was amiss. When Xingtian's face was somewhat dark, that Yi Changqing's cultivation was the most profound, and his mind was exceptionally clear. He had always felt that something was wrong, so he tilted his head and listened for a long time. Why do I vaguely hear voices? Following Yi Changqing's question, the few people with higher cultivation in the Hidden Dragon High Martial School also revealed puzzled expressions. Could it be that this heaven and earth treasure has really become a spirit and can speak? Wouldn't this be a group of people forming a gang? Zhang Xiaofei looked at Wen Xingtian with ridicule and asked. Wen Xingtian's face was like the bottom of a pot. I fucking didn't expect that there would be so many people underneath. Who would have thought of this? Fuck. Is this a reason for you to make fun of me? Who would have thought that an ordinary piece of land would bulge up and there would actually be people crawling out? This is the first time in my life that I've encountered something like this. Bang! On the ground was lifted up, and the two topmost rocks were lifted to the side with great effort. The rocks rolled, and dust flew, whoosh. A hand suddenly stretched out from the ground. It was covered in dried blood, and it was covered in wounds. It looked extremely miserable. Fuck! Is this a horror movie? At this moment, Wen Xingtian was the most speechless in his heart. Is this a zombie movie? What the fuck? Is so disgusting. That hand weakly clasped onto the ground. Continuous panting sounds could be heard from the ground. Huff. It seemed to be squeezing out the last bit of energy from the lungs. Obviously, after the person underneath lifted up this piece of rock, he basically didn't have any strength left. Then, another hand reached out and tried to widen the hole a little. It could be seen that this wasn't a person's hand. The eyebrows of the Hidden Dragon High Martial School's people twitched. The world was really big, and there were all kinds of strange things. This kind of encounter, there was no one else. So many of us were actually watching a living person crawling out from the ground. How refreshing. Yi Changqing sighed and waved his hand. A gust of spirit energy gently flew over and lifted up the ground. The few large rocks on top were also thrown to the side by him. Then, he walked over and reached out to grab that hand. He said warmly, "Don't be afraid. I'll help you get up." There was clearly a moment of vigilance below before a low voice could be heard. "Thank you." Although there were still doubts, there was a strong sense of gratitude. If the people above had any evil intentions, they wouldn't have stretched out their hands to pull him back. Instead, they would have slashed down with their swords. This was something that could be clearly distinguished. Enchanting pulled the four of them out, one in each hand. The four of them could only feel the dazzling sunlight in front of them. For a moment, they could not see anything clearly, only seeing stars. Lying on the ground, his chest rose and fell rapidly for a while. Finally, he said gratefully, "The heavens have opened their eyes. The heavens have opened their eyes. Many thanks, friend. In the future, we—" However, there was no echo. After a while, a voice that was gnashing his teeth said word by word, "Yes. You guys. This is really a case of traveling far and wide looking for something, only to find it by chance without any effort. The heavens have really opened their eyes. The heavens have really opened their eyes for once." When the four swords of the way of the king heard this voice, they were suddenly stunned. In an instant, their whole bodies turned ice cold. They only felt that their hearts had fallen into a bottomless abyss and kept sinking. Sinking. Just now, they felt that it was a little familiar. At first, they thought that it might be an acquaintance. If it was an acquaintance, it would be easier to handle. They could conveniently ask for medicine. At most, the brothers would owe the other party a big favor. But they never thought that it was actually such an acquaintance, so familiar that they could not live under the same sky. That Enchanting, when Xingtian and the others were full of confusion at this time. They were actually stunned for a moment. How could Enchanting not recognize these four people? Even if these people turned into ashes, he would still recognize them. But he really did not expect that the people he dug out from the ground would actually be these four people. His great enemies, the four swords of the way of the king. Although their faces were full of scars, although they were in a sorry state, with wounds all over their bodies and their bones ghastly white, although they were almost completely covered in mud. But ever since Enchanting recognized that the four swords of the way of the king were the few people who had attacked him back then, the faces of these four people were all rolling over in Enchanting's heart thousands of times. Even in his dreams, he thought of capturing these four damned old bastards and ruthlessly tormenting and interrogating them. Why did they ambush him back then? Enchanting had imagined no less than hundreds of times how to face the four swords of the way of the king, how to fight, what to do, and even how to sacrifice himself and perish together. But he had never thought that they would meet in such a way when they met again. Like dragging a dead dog, he dragged these four people up from the ground. When Xingtian also recognized the other party's identity at this time, and could not help but laugh loudly. "Boss, this is really such a coincidence. The heavens really have opened their eyes." Enchanting took a deep breath, nodded slowly, and said in a deep voice, word by word, "Yes, the heavens have opened their eyes. This is really such a coincidence." The other people of Hidden Dragon High School did not understand what he meant. "What's a coincidence?" When Xingtian laughed. "These four people are the ones who attacked Principal Yi back then, causing serious injury to Principal Ye's heart meridians, and even being tortured by the Heaven Meridian Hand for dozens of years. Those four people." Zhang Xiaofei blurted out, "Damn, writing a novel. Is it really so coincidental?" Everyone's collective shocked face. If they did not personally experience it, if they did not know that Enchanting and when Xingtian were not people who would joke about this kind of thing, they would really only treat this as a joke. The leader of the four swords of the way of the monarch was lying on the ground, forcing a smile. "Principal Yi, long time no see." He thought of a way out at the first moment, the only way out. If Enchanting was not sure that what happened back then was done by his brothers, then maybe there was still room for negotiation. After all, in these recent years, they and Enchanting often met, and their friendship was not bad. At least, if the other party did not have conclusive evidence, then whether it was Enchanting himself or the people of Hidden Dragon High Martial School. Even if they did not take good care of them, they would not kill them. After all, they also had some status. But, hearing Yi Changqing's tone of voice and gnashing teeth, they faintly felt that something was not right. Yes, it really has been a long time. Yi Changqing laughed coldly. It's been a few decades. I really did not expect that the 4 demons of the Golden Dragon from back then would actually change their appearance and become the 4 swords of the way of the monarch. Really, after such a long time, you have schemed. I admire you. This time, the 4 swords of the way of the monarch were thoroughly chilled. He knew. Why did he know? They had clearly met this year, and they had chatted happily. At least at that time, he did not have any suspicions. But now, why did it seem like he knew everything? This, Xingtian, Yi Changqing ordered, when Xingtian laughed loudly. The 4 of you do not need to worry. I will take care of you very gently and thoroughly. I guarantee with my life that you will be safe. Today is really a big harvest. First, the chief culprit of Vice Principal Cheng's hatred has been caught, and then the person who plotted against Principal Yi back then has also become our prisoner. It is really a harvest, a big harvest. His mouth was joking, but his hands were not the least bit merciful. Patting the dantian, removing the jaw, locking the meridians, feeding the wound medicine, a series of actions was done in one go. Meet up with Vice Principal Cheng and gather the prisoners together to guard them. Yi Changqing looked up at the sky, took a deep breath, and murmured, "Indeed. It is time. The heavens are good at reincarnation. Where there is a cause, there is an effect. I did not expect that during this period of time, karma would come one after another. Is this really the rising hidden dragon plan?" Looking at the white clouds in the sky, he sighed softly. All these years, how many sacrifices had the hidden dragon made? How many lives had been sacrificed? Now, it was finally time for a full reckoning. If only Yin Feng was still alive, how good would that be? That the rising hidden dragon plan. Back then, when the spy incident first broke out in Shangjing's Yunwu High School, the few big families were involved in it. Although many were caught, the foundation of the big families was not shaken, and they were still standing strong. As for the deeper alliance's manipulation and the mastermind behind it, there was no movement at all. After a riot, the Yunwu High School suffered a great loss, but only a few were caught. This result made Minister Ding of the Martial Arts Department furious. After a series of actions, the other party did not suffer much damage, not even a serious injury. This kind of thing was simply unbearable. Could it be that only the astral souls suffered losses? The Alliance's spies were hidden so well? Since then, the rising hidden dragon plan had been secretly prepared. Yunwu High School and Ancestral Dragon High School were taken over by the government. Only Hidden Dragon High School was left, because among the 3 high schools, only Hidden Dragon High School's predecessor was a private school. From a certain point of view, although Hidden Dragon High School was under the jurisdiction of the Ministry of Education and recognized government positions, its degree of autonomy was much greater than the other high schools. Therefore, Hidden Dragon High School seemed to be the same as before, and there was no difference between them and the other high schools. But if they wanted to operate, if they wanted to go to a high school to gain political achievements, Yunwu High School and Ancestral Dragon High School were blocked. The military was taken over by the military department and the martial arts department. The people in the military would not reason with you, and there was no way to make an exception. Therefore, they could only choose other places to go. The other high schools were obviously not as good as the top 3 high schools. Other things aside, if they went to other high schools, they would definitely be suppressed by their opponents in the top 3 high schools when it came to promotion. Then, Hidden Dragon High School became the only choice. And if the Alliance wanted to make waves, they had to borrow the selfishness of the astral souls and then start to destroy the talent base. And at that time, when Minister Ding and Minister Nan decided on this plan, they had a secret discussion with Yi Changqing. He had to catch all of those vermin, thoroughly catch all of them. Otherwise, there would be big problems in the future. Therefore, under the leadership of Yi Changqing, Hidden Dragon High School opened a gap for this plan. As expected, This slit was quickly torn apart by someone, and a large hole was formed. Chapter 6:25. Things went out of control several times, and the situation took a sharp turn for the worse. Enchanting was ambushed by the four swords of the way of the king. That was the first accident. However, Enchanting gradually recovered. Other than the heavenly pulse hand that couldn't be removed, the others could still be maintained. Xian Quangren's accident was the second accident. Shi Yunfeng's accident was the third accident that completely went out of control. They wanted to catch the rat too much, but because of the secrecy, the other vice principals didn't know. Furthermore, the other party's methods were actually dirty to such an extent. This was something that he did not expect. The fourth time it went out of control was with Vice Principal Chung. The world was unpredictable. Many things often went to an unimaginable and unmanageable stage. It was originally Vice Principal Cheng's family matter, but because it involved the royal family, it turned into a disaster. Regarding this matter, all parties, whether it was Vice Principal Cheng's family, Hidden Dragon High School, or the martial arts department, were caught off guard and couldn't react. Vice Principal Chung was the only one who knew a little of the inside story. At that time, for the sake of his granddaughter's happiness, or for other reasons, he didn't report this matter, which made him regret it for the rest of his life. In comparison, Vice Principal Liu being intercepted while escorting a student was within his expectations. After so many years of investigation, the situation became more and more complicated, and the involvement became bigger and bigger. Finally, Zhou Xiaoduo had arrived. Intentionally or unintentionally, he had caused all the hidden dangers and undercurrents to erupt in one go. Before this, no one would have thought that a student who seemed to have no background could make such a big movement and cause such an impact. However, Zhou Xiao's fortune-telling ability stopped all the conspiracies in a short time. Every time they did it, they would be counted in advance. In this way, the situation became like this. As long as Zhou Xiaoduo didn't die, those who had ulterior motives wouldn't dare to make any more moves. Therefore, the expected reward came as scheduled. As for the Wizard Alliance, no one knew what they were thinking. After the bounty started, they actually joined in and increased the stakes. This made the bounty on Xiao Budian suddenly become the gathering place of dragons and tigers. Almost all the opposing forces had joined in. That was why there was this trap, a trap where the net was cast on a large scale, and the net was collected at their own game. There was no way they could drag this out any longer. If they did, they would have to pay with Zhou Xiao's life. Only then would they be able to continue with their plan. But who would dare to sacrifice Zhou Xiao's life? Another thing was that the royal family was slowly emerging from this game of chess. This change was the most unexpected, but also the most fatal. Even if he did, he definitely couldn't do it in the Hidden Dragon High Martial School. If the royal family's affairs were to erupt during the Hidden Dragon High Martial Arts Tournament, then the Hidden Dragon High Martial Arts Tournament would truly be gone. No matter which side won or lost in the end, no matter which side lost, Hidden Dragon High Martial Artist would be completely wiped out. This was inevitable. A Xiao High martial artist actually dared to involve himself in the struggle for the imperial family. Who gave him the courage? If they didn't punish him, wouldn't Gaowu become a place of filth in the future? If the other martial artists followed suit, the consequences would be dire. Therefore, the higher-ups decided to close the net and end this scheme that had been planned for a long time. Since the Hidden Dragon High Martial Arts Tournament had been planned for such a long time, they had to give the Hidden Dragon High Martial Arts Tournament an explanation. The beginning and end of the Hidden Dragon Rising to Heaven plan was roughly like this. But now no one knew about it at all. It was even more unexpected. Because of Zhou Xiaoduo's intervention, this Hidden Dragon Rising to Heaven plan had completely changed. It had become a different kind of Hidden Dragon Rising to Heaven plan. Zhou Xiaoduo was fighting at this time because a group of Jianghu people, after discovering Zhou Xiaoduo, naturally rushed up to him. These people's strength wasn't high. Zhou Xiaoduo alone was enough to deal with them. According to the previous practice, Ryu Xing and the others wouldn't make a move. They were happy to take it as training children. While Xiaoduo was fighting hard, his mind was still wandering. The strength of this group of people wasn't high, but the space rings on their hands couldn't be fake. Another bunch was in his pocket. Kill! Suddenly, a violent roar came. 8 people rushed out like lightning, crazily slashing at the people besieging Xiaoduo. Young Master Zhua, we're from Fenghai's Gao family. We're here to protect young Master Zhua under the orders of our master and several young masters and young ladies. We're on the same side. Xiaoduo was stunned. Gao family? Fenghai's Gao family? Xiaoduo instantly felt mixed feelings. He didn't know what to do. Fenghai's Gao family, the Gao family where Gao Xiaobu came from, and the Gao family where he killed 2 genius girls? Are they really here to rescue me? He thought of the message Gao Xiaobu and Gao Qingxiang sent when he left the city. Come back quickly. Danger. From this message, it wasn't hard to tell that these 2 people must know something. But even if there was a precedent, Xiaoduo was still surprised that the Gao family sent people to rescue him. Well, are they really here to rescue me, or are they here to kill me in the name of rescuing me? Xiaoduo felt that he needed to keep an eye on things. Now, he wouldn't easily trust anyone, and he wouldn't dare to trust anyone. Thank you. Xiaoduo's long sword was like the wind, killing the enemies. The battle is dangerous. You have to take care of yourselves. Both sides work together. Xiaoduo, who already had the upper hand, cooperated with the Gao family and quickly killed this wave of enemies. The Gao family went to find their own loot and didn't touch the enemies killed by Xiaoduo's side. But on their own side, they didn't bother to be polite with Xiaoduo and directly took the loot. On the other hand, Xiaoduo also took care of his own things. They were very clear about each other's thoughts, and they couldn't gain absolute trust for the time being. Xiaoduo's loot also rose to 497 pieces after this battle. At this time, the leader of the Gao family on the opposite side cupped his fists. Young Master Zhua, we're in a dangerous place, and we have to keep a distance. Please forgive us. Understood. Xiaoduo seriously returned the salute. Our strength is only SOSO. If we stay with young Master Zhua, we'll be too big of a target, and I'm afraid we'll drag you down. The leader said, we'll hide nearby. If young Master Zhua is in danger, just let out a long whistle, and we'll definitely come to your rescue. I don't dare to say that we'll help young Master Zhua, but we can block the enemy's retreat and fight for a way to survive. I know you're so considerate. Take care. Take care. The Gao family left decisively. Before leaving, the leader looked around and finally said in a low voice, Young Master Zhua, be careful of the Wu family. Xiaoduo nodded solemnly. The Gao family went in the direction of Xiaoduo's path, and they walked very quickly. In a flash, they disappeared. Obviously, they were going to be the vanguard. Xiaoduo watched the Gao family leave, and his brows furrowed. Is there a grudge? Honored Lord Ri, who was secretly following them, asked sharply. Yes, Xiaoduo replied. In the previous Longhu ranking competition, I killed 2 girls from their family, a pair of twins known as geniuses. Honored Lord Ri's voice was cautious. Since that's the case, you can't believe it easily. After all, in the battle just now, there was no difference whether they were there or not. Even if we don't want to do cruel things, some positions must be proven with life. Xiaoduo nodded silently. He also thought so. This kind of situation, unless it wasn't a trap, but as long as it was, he would lose his life if he entered. No matter how cautious he was, it wasn't too much. But why was this honored Lord Ri suddenly so kind to him, and even so concerned about him? This change seemed very sudden. Honored Lord Ri only remembered after he came up with this idea. You killed 2 girls? Are they beautiful? Xiaoduo was stunned. Quite beautiful as flowers and jade. Honored Lord Ri was stunned. Then you killed them just like that? Ruthlessly destroying flowers? Xiaoduo was even more stunned. Ah! Honored Lord Ri, young man, if you meet someone of good quality in the future, you can consider developing them. It's not too late to kill them if they're not suitable. Zwishaoduo. Your method of education is really unique. If all the young people listened to you, there would probably be a large number of social scum. In the next two battles, Feng Hai's Gao family sent help. One person died on the spot, and three were seriously injured. They even began to howl at the sky, so anxious that they almost vomited blood. They summoned the people of Hidden Dragon High School. Young Masters Wa, our strength is really useless. We can't protect you in this place. The leader of the Gao family gasped for breath. Please hurry and meet up with Principal Yi of Hidden Dragon High School. Returning to Feng Hai as soon as possible is the most important thing. This place is really too dangerous. Feng Hai's Gao family had already dispatched the elite forces of the Gao family, but against the killers of the entire underground world, the Gao family of Feng Hai City was really not enough. The difference in level was a bit too far, a bit too big. Zwishaoduo slowly nodded, but sent a voice transmission to Honored Lord Ri. Senior, what do you think? Still not trustworthy. Honored Lord Ri was obviously extremely cautious in this matter. He was afraid that he would mislead Zwishaoduo even a little bit. Even if the review was 10 times stricter, 10 times crueler, he didn't want Zwishaoduo to step into a pit because of his maybe trustworthy. Zwishaoduo might not die if he stepped into the pit. But if Zwishaoduo stepped into the pit because of his own error in judgment, he would definitely be peeled off a layer of skin. However, the enemies they encountered next were indeed beyond the ability of Feng Hai's Gao family, and they really couldn't resist. Go quickly! While desperately fighting, he roared. His eyes were about to pop out. Zwishaoduo desperately rushed forward. No! We'll go together. The leader of the Gao family almost vomited blood. He didn't expect young Masters Wa to be so loyal. But how stupid was it to be loyal at such a time? Young Masters Wa, do you know that you're the target of public criticism? As long as you're not here, they won't be interested in us. Go quickly. With an urging sound, the leader of the Gao family used the move of body and sword to block the other side, but blood kept spilling out of his body. Obviously, facing the siege of more than a dozen people, they were really no match. Not to mention that there were only 7 people left from the original 8, and some of them were seriously injured. Go quickly, he shouted. These people, their identities are unusual. Go quickly. Chapter 626. When he said this, the eyes of the masked assassin turned as cold as ice. He didn't care about the risk of being injured and stabbed his throat. The leader of the Gao family shouted, "This is the Gao family of Shangjing." With a scream, he barely avoided his throat, but the flesh on the left side of his face was cut off. The Gao family of Shangjing. Attack! Sage Ri shouted angrily. A human silhouette appeared. Suddenly, the moonlight shone on the ground, everywhere. More than 20 doppelgangers appeared and charged toward the enemies. The other party only let out a loud boom, and the dozen or so people fell to the ground in exhaustion. Then, it was still the same process, casually stacking these people together. Lord, you didn't stop. She floated away with one hand. The 7 people of Feng Hai's Gao family were all on the verge of death, but they were all dumbfounded. They didn't know where they were. What was going on? It seemed that their initial judgment was right. Young Master Zwa really had a powerful bodyguard. It was just that this bodyguard was too powerful. He was so powerful that it was beyond their knowledge. What level of powerhouse was he? Zwishaoduo went over and took out a few bottles of medicine. Everyone, treat your wounds first. Behind him, Lord Ri, who was hiding in the dark, was fully focused. His cultivation had reached its peak. The distance was too close. If these people attacked, he had to make sure that Zwishaoduo wouldn't be hurt. But these people didn't attack. They could only express their gratitude and shame. After taking Zwishaoduo's medicine, everyone's complexion became much better. So young Master Zwa has his own bodyguard. It's embarrassing for us to come here rashly. The leader of the Gao family was ashamed. Comparing goods, one had to throw them away. Comparing people, one had to die. Look at the performance of the bodyguard. He was too strong. Before we came, the head of the Gao family ordered that we would rather die in battle than let anything happen to young Master Zhua. Our Gao clan and young Master Zhua got to know each other because of enmity. If we want to restore our relationship to the point where there are no grudges between us, we can only express our goodwill to the greatest extent. At least we have to show our attitude. He gasped for breath. Since young Master Zhua has an expert protecting you, and we are already injured, we will take our leave. Young Master Zhua, be careful. We'll meet again in Fenghai City. The 7 of them staggered to their feet and supported each other. He actually turned around and left just like that. How is it? Zhua Xiaoduo was starting to believe that the Gao family had no intention of making an enemy out of him. If they could fake such goodwill, then the entire Gao family was a top-notch actor. However, he still asked, "You're quite sincere. But as for the specifics, you will have to wait until you go back and carefully observe. If there is even the slightest bit of doubt, you must not accept it." Revered Lord Ri warned, "You still need to maintain a safe distance in daily life." Waiting for the moment when the fire refines the true gold. Zhua Xiaoduo nodded slowly. "I understand." At this moment, he really felt the gap between himself and an experienced Jianghu veteran. Revered Lord Ri was an experienced Jianghu veteran. Other than his brothers, no one dared or was willing to believe him. But only with such caution could he ensure his greatest safety. The so-called capsizing in the gutter was something that would never happen to an experienced Jianghu veteran of this level. As the saying goes, the older the Jianghu, the more cowardly one was. Because he had seen too many schemes and tricks, he could only become more and more cowardly. It doesn't matter if you laugh at me for being a coward, but I can't use my life as a bargaining chip just to not let you laugh at me. Another 7 days passed in a row, constantly attacking, constantly probing, constantly taking risks. The number of spatial rings in Zhua Xiao's hands kept rising. At present, it had already broken through the 900 mark. Of course, almost all of these were the enemies killed by revered Lord Ri. He didn't take a single ring. They were all given to Zhua Xiaoduo. "It's useless for me to keep them," revered Lord Ri said. "Now is the time for you to lay your foundation. The more solid it is, the better. Take these things. If there's anything you can use it. If you can't use it, or if there's too much, use it as a gift. Don't be reluctant to part with these things. 10,000 treasure mountains are not as good as one brother." You must remember this sentence. Of course, there's another sentence that you must remember. That is, no matter how many brothers you have, it's not as good as being perfect. Zhua Xiaoduo murmured and repeated, 10,000 treasure mountains are not as good as one brother. No matter how many brothers you have, it's not as good as being perfect. That's right. On the battlefield of Jianghu, having a brother who sincerely goes through life and death with you is the happiest and most wonderful thing in the world. But even if you have brothers and friends all over the world, it's not as good as being invincible in the world. In life, you can't live without friends and brothers. But in life, you must ensure that your realm is high enough. Otherwise, you can only complain behind others that they are not enough brothers, leaving you behind to climb to the peak. Revered Lord Ri sighed softly. Instead of letting a former brother complain that he can only look up to a high mountain, you must not let yourself be in the position of complaining and looking up to others. Why is there so much resentment in the world? Why are there so many betrayals? Most of it is because of this. You will slowly understand it in the future. When you've experienced more, you'll naturally understand my current normal state of mind. Revered Lord Ri smiled faintly and patted Zhua Xiaoduo's shoulder. I will remember it and never dare to forget it. Zhua Xiaoduo nodded solemnly. Regarding these words, limited by his experience and knowledge, he still didn't understand much. But he understood that these were the life experiences of revered Lord Ri. It was the philosophy of life imparted by a senior who had gone through the vicissitudes of life. I cannot understand it when I listen, but in the future, I will remember it in my heart and slowly understand it thoroughly. Zhuxiaoduo's greatest advantage was that he was humble and open-minded. When he saw his own shortcomings, he would immediately correct them. When he saw the strengths of others, he would immediately learn. As for the chicken soup for the soul that his classmates grumbled about, he never rejected such things. In the educational message that Zhuo Chonglu once sent to Zhuo Xiaoduo, he said, "Chicken soup for the soul. After listening to it too much, you will naturally be annoyed." Therefore, young people nowadays are tired of drinking this kind of chicken soup. But what I want to tell you is, perhaps chicken soup for the soul may not have much effect. But if you drink this bowl of chicken soup, at least it won't poison you to death. At least, it is nutritious. Otherwise, why would it be called chicken soup? Why not call it arsenic soup? All chicken soup for the soul is the experience of the predecessors. Some even contradict and repel each other when put together, but it depends on how you look at it and understand it from different points of view. When you impatiently say that it is just a bowl of chicken soup and repel it, you will naturally not get the nutrients in the chicken soup. This is the inevitable result. Zhuo Xiaoduo had always seriously considered and followed his father's words. It was probably because of this that he developed a characteristic of accepting all rivers into the sea. If it makes sense, I will accept it, no matter how annoying it is. Zhuo Xiaoduo was not annoyed by Sun Sage's repeated preaching. On the contrary, he was very grateful. These were all life-saving experiences on the battlefield of the Jianghu. Although he said this to some people in a peaceful big city, there would still be too many people who disdainfully tilted their head. Fuck, another bowl of chicken soup. The people of the Wu family had been waiting for an opportunity and for the next order from the family. But when they saw us with Xiaoduo being besieged, they did not know what to do, how to deal with it, how to face it. Go forward to rescue him, or add insult to injury. Without further orders, they could only choose to bide their time. They also saw that the people of the Gao family rushed forward and reported the news back to the family. But the main family was still in an endless stalemate that when he turned back, Zhuo Xiaoduo had already disappeared without a trace. After hundreds of battles, Sun Sage was also protecting Zhuo Xiaoduo while constantly dealing with affairs. The people of the Wu family in Shangjing have been confirmed. The people of the Wei family have been confirmed. The evidence is conclusive. The people of the Gao family have been confirmed. The people of the Lu family have been confirmed. There were also people of a few families who had been caught. But Minister Nan asked for a few more days, because the interrogation needed time. From the many families involved in the case, they had to figure out who was the one who arranged everything. And where did the people of the Umno Alliance start? But for the next few days, they really did not need to fight anymore. Of course, it was not impossible for them to seize more. Therefore, Zhuo Xiaoduo was allowed to join the people of the Hidden Dragon High School. Here, one thing had to be mentioned. The people of the Hidden Dragon High School had taken a great advantage of helping Zhuo Xiaoduo this time. If they had followed the initial plan, Sun, Moon, and Star would have only protected Zhuo Xiaoduo. If the people of the Hidden Dragon High School had found Zhuo Xiaoduo early, at this point in time, it was inevitable that they would have suffered heavy casualties. It was even possible that they would have been completely wiped out. But after the repeated cycle of Zhuo Xiaoduo acting as bait in the front, and when someone attacked, the 5 masters at the back personally took care of the situation. The people of the Hidden Dragon High School were all unharmed. Instead, they had profited greatly and gained a lot. This had to be said to be a miracle. The 5 people, including Sun, Moon, and Star, who were hiding in the dark, watched Zhuo Xiaoduo join the people of the Hidden Dragon High School. That should be Zhuo Xiao's teacher, right? He actually punched and kicked him as soon as he came up that this guy's guts were not small. He actually dared to fight like this. He was really sharp, but it was too enjoyable to watch. They wished they could be in his place. After all, the 5 of them had been dissatisfied with this guy for a long time. He watched as this brat was slapped, kicked, and beaten up by this group of people. His bald head was being tossed here and there that in an instant, his ears were pinched red that Lord Sun became more and more envious. He couldn't help but think of his teacher. When I have time, I have to go back and see my teacher. I haven't seen him in a long time. Thinking about it, he sighed and touched his head. Every time he went back, The old man would be angry and stare at him. Why haven't you found a wife yet? You're about to die of old age. How long are you going to wait? Since you're here today, you're not allowed to leave. Don't move. I'll introduce you to a few. He still had lingering fears. I'm already a great cultivator who can move unhindered in the world, but I still have to be arranged to go on blind dates. I'm really drunk. Brothers, thank you for the rewards. Thank you to the leaders for your support. There are too many people to list them one by one. Thank you all. Thank you. Chapter 6:27. Hidden Dragon High School, Yi Changqing, and the others finally saw Zhuo, who they hadn't seen for a long time. How could they tolerate Zhuo's temper? They escorted this kid and began to withdraw. Naturally, there were endless battles along the way. However, too many experts had already been dealt with previously. The remaining ones were mostly bounty hunters. It was rare for a large group of people to gather together. Naturally, they were much easier to deal with. 3 days later, everyone from Hidden Dragon High School, including Zhuo, withdrew from Starlight Mountain Range. 4 days later, they returned to Fenghai City. Under Lord Ri's insistence, the 5 of them remained invisible to protect them. Watching this group of people enter Fenghai City and enter Hidden Dragon High School, they finally let out a sigh of relief. All right, you two go back and hand in your orders. We will continue to stay here and list Starlight Mountain Range as a military area. From now on, it will be a forbidden area. Okay. The 5 of them parted ways. Watching heaven and earth leave, Lord, you finally couldn't help but ask, Big brother, your attitude changed a lot. What's going on? Lord Ri chuckled, his face full of wrinkles like a blooming chrysanthemum. Guess? How am I supposed to guess? Why don't you tell us? You can't guess? I can't. I won't tell you. Fuck. Shangjing. Shangjing had been in chaos for 3 whole days. First, the entire Shangjing's network collapsed. Other than the military's private line, all other modern facilities, as long as they were related to the network, were all unusable. Phones and computers could only play standalone games. They couldn't even maintain basic calls that countless people were cursing. Countless companies were stomping their feet, and countless bosses were on the verge of bankruptcy. However, looking at the aura that was constantly gathering in the sky and getting bigger and bigger, everyone understood one thing. Perhaps, or probably, something big was going to happen. Looking at the situation, it seemed like a big battle was going to happen. A whole team of 1,000 Yunhua experts gathered in the sky and formed a square formation. From all directions, countless experts rushed over after receiving the news. As time passed, more and more people came. Chief Nan's burly body was on the roof of the Ministry of Finance, holding a phone in his hand. The screen was flashing. Everyone who saw it was speechless. There's no internet in the country, but you're chatting on your phone. Is this really okay? Showing off so much, being so smug, and being so smug at such a high altitude that the department head really knew how to play. Showing off in front of the whole nation. You don't have an internet cafe? Ha, I do. The old women rolled their eyes and touched the mobile phones in their pockets. Other than Snake of Gluttony, Solitaire, and other games, they couldn't play anything else and could only be used as bricks. They were speechless. You could be even more arrogant. Behind Chief Nan of the South, there were 10 orderly messengers who stood quietly, waiting for orders. Chief Nan looked at the messages that came in one after another on his phone with an unprecedentedly solemn expression. The first target. The Chief of the South ordered in a deep voice, Shangjing, the Gao family. Capture the entire family, young and old. Time limit, 5 minutes. Behind him, a messenger suddenly disappeared. Nan Fong looked at another message. Wu family, same. He couldn't help but sigh. The third clan, Wei clan. Lu family. Nan Fong felt an indescribable sadness in his heart. These 4 clans, which one of them didn't have many heroes? Which one of them wasn't a meritorious clan? Countless ancestors shed their blood, died on the battlefield, and heroically killed their enemies in exchange for today's prominent status and generations of clans. Since when did it become so rotten? If those old brothers who fought side by side were still alive, how would they feel? If they were still alive in the netherworld, perhaps they would be angered to death by these unfilial descendants, right? Try to capture them alive. Also, dig out all the signals and internet bands sent out by the 4 clans from the database. These are all important clues. The messengers left one by one, but the number of messengers behind Chief Nan didn't decrease. As soon as the first one left, someone immediately replaced him. One by one, the names of people and clans came out of Chief Nan's mouth. Next to him, a young man in a bright yellow robe took out the Imperial Jade Seal and used it on the blank arrest warrants. The person in charge of capturing only needed to fill in the names of the clans on the blank arrest warrants. Capturing meritorious clans required the royal seal. This young man looked to be in his late 20s, but his hair was already graying. Only his eyes were calm. This was the current crown prince of the Yinwu Empire, the crown prince. He could have sent someone over and didn't have to come personally. However, at this moment, he stubbornly stood here and used the seal himself. Capturing the rebels. Rising Hidden Dragon plan. Mist rose in the crown prince's eyes. Let's see who will pay for the blood debt from back then. My Xiao heir. Find the mastermind. No matter who it is, I will. Make your entire clan immortal and suffer a life or death dilemma. From today onwards, Shangjing City will be classified as a special restricted area. In fact, Shangjing City had been restricted to entry and exit since 4 days ago. Today, it was upgraded again. This was already a top-level restriction. Now, without the joint signature of the Warriors Department, the Military Department, and the Royal Family, even the Empress and the Crown Prince couldn't leave Shangjing. At the same time, all the major cities in the Yinwu Empire were under military control. Through the direct network of the military headquarters, information was transmitted smoothly and orders were issued for arrest. Everyone on the list was arrested, with no exceptions. I only want results. I only want to ensure that the culprits are caught. Whoever escapes from the hands of the culprits will be charged with the same crime. The orders of the Southern Chief were cold and even cold-blooded. I don't care if there are spies in the military. However, the families of the people on the list may not be sentenced to death after they are arrested. However, if any of the soldiers let them go, the soldier himself and his entire family will be charged with an additional crime. All of them will die. As long as the spies are willing to sacrifice themselves, they can escape. Under such a resolute order, there was no possibility of favoritism. Who would be willing to exchange their family's lives for someone else's? Moreover, their standpoints were different. All the spies who jump out, even if their families aren't in the Astral Souls continent, will be included in the Nine Heavens Pavilion's must-kill list. From the dying to the weak to the newborn, everyone's names will be on the list. There are no exceptions. However, as long as there is one person, the kill order will not be lifted. The mission will only be canceled after all of them are dead. The orders became stricter and stricter. They fell into the hands of the various military departments like lightning from the Nine Heavens. After receiving the orders, almost everyone went crazy. Everywhere was filled with orders like, if you don't complete the mission, bring your head to me. Shangjing's Gao family. The Gao family's patriarch, who was in a secret chamber, had an ashen face. 2 days ago, with 2 loud booms, the secret escape tunnel that had been prepared long before the establishment of the family, leading to the outside of Shangjing City, collapsed. From that moment onwards, everyone in the Gao family was only allowed to enter and not leave. They were all under control. They were only waiting for evidence and for arrest. If it was proven that the Gao family was innocent in the end, it would just be an apology or some compensation. However, if it was proven and the evidence was conclusive that the Gao family's patriarch's heart was as clear as a mirror, this time the Gao family was doomed. Walnut. Walnut. The Gao family's patriarch looked at the round walnut in his hand. He looked like he was crying and laughing at the same time. Master Bai, I finally understand what you mean. You're saying that the Gao family is just a walnut. It looks tough, but under a hammer, it can't withstand a single blow. Perhaps it's better to teach me to give up early and to live peacefully. Only then can I escape this disaster. Ha ha, you're right. I misunderstood. The Gao family's patriarch exerted force in his hand, and the walnut in his hand was instantly crushed into powder. The Gao family was once a family of generals. The Gao family's patriarch was choked with sobs. I'm just asking for a few high positions to make the family one step further, to protect the glory of our ancestors. Why do we have to go to this extent? Why do we have to go to this extent? At this moment, there was another loud bang. A team of more than 100 people slowly descended from the sky. The main gate of the Gao family's ancestral home was smashed with a bang. Fully armed soldiers rushed in from all directions, completely surrounding the Gao family's residence. We're following orders. No one is allowed to resist. Anyone who resists will be killed without mercy. Anyone who resists will be killed without mercy. Such a stern voice rang out continuously throughout the Gao family's ancestral home. It was as if the voice was echoing. At the same time, all the officials related to the Gao family's faction across the country were all under control. In the Wei family's residence. When all the people rushed in, the entire residence was empty. They searched all the way to the ancestral hall. Only then did they realize that everyone in the Wei family was gathered neatly and kneeling in the ancestral hall. Not a single person was missing. In the ancestral hall, there was a statue of a general in golden armor. He held a long saber in his hand and wore golden armor. He stood still on the pedestal, looking straight ahead. A heroic aura surged out from him. The Wei family's patriarch, Wei Zhongyuan. During the battle at the Sun Moon Pass, he led 36 personal guards, who were also his 36 sworn brothers, to cover the retreat of the army. They fought the Grand Magus, Wind Emperor, to the death. In the end, they were defeated. Seeing that the Grand Magus was about to lead the army into the Sun Moon Pass, the 37 people's essence and blood fused together, turning into one body and self-detonating in front of the army. In that battle, the earth cracked and the mountains collapsed. Before Wei Zhongyuan self-detonated, he only said one sentence, "Wind Emperor, you want to kill my comrades? Wait until the smoke and dust of my body dissipates." This sentence was a request. The Grand Magus said emotionally, "Wei Zhong, you were a hero of your time. You must let your heroic soul rest in peace." At that moment, the Umno Alliance army stopped for a day, waiting for the smoke and dust to dissipate. They wanted the hero to fulfill his final wish, to let his brothers return safely. It was on this day that the army was defeated but not defeated, allowing them to return safely. Yu Dongtian, who was still the East Army's marshal, wrote personally, "Loyal heart and righteous blood, protect the Central Plains." The 36 shadow statues beside Wei Zhongyuan were none other than the 36 warriors who had died with him back then. On both sides were the Wei family's ancestral teachings written by Wei Zhongyuan himself. A loyal heart only serves the country, full of righteous blood guards, astral souls. Beside the Grand Magus, there were many statues in military attire. They were lined up on both sides, densely packed. There were more than 190 of them. These were the ancestors of the Wei family who had sacrificed themselves in the Sun Moon Pass for thousands of years. All of them were furious, as if they were reprimanding these unfilial descendants. The Wei family head knelt at the front, his eyes lifeless. Now, their only hope was the meritorious deeds of their ancestors and their final protection. They hoped that the meritorious deeds of their ancestors would be able to make the royal family and Minister Nan, who was in charge of law enforcement, give them a way out. Countless soldiers swarmed in from all directions, bringing with them the biting cold wind. However, when they arrived, they could not help but lighten their footsteps and stop. They stood at attention, looking at the solemn ancestral hall in front of them, they did not make any further movements. The soldiers who wanted to arrest the Wei family looked at the Wei family's ancestral hall and the statues of the heroes of their predecessors. Their hearts were filled with an indescribable feeling. You're tuning in to the Dreamy Chapters YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.